Master, Shubhodayam.
Okay, very good morning to all of you. My voice is audible to you? Okay.
Yes, sir. Audible,
So this is
sir,
the second day of our national webinar. Yesterday, eminent speakers, they delivered their talks and their opinions, their experience, they shared there with us. And today also, expert speakers are there. They are ready. Let us begin the session by chanting Om 3 times. Thank you. And just today, in first session, for 5 eminent speakers are there. And for this session, Dr. Tulsi Rao, he will be the moderator. Just he will introduce Professor M. Venkatreddy Garu, the very expert and eminent professor, speaker, therapist, and trainer in yoga and other allied sciences. Now I request Dr. Tulsi Rao, please introduce Professor Venkatreddy Garu to the participants of this seminar.
Good morning and welcome all delegates and participants of today's second day seminar. This seminar organized by Inter-University Center for Yogic Science, Bangalore, along with Department of Yoga and Consciousness on the university. Today, one of the eminent and great yogi in Andhra Pradesh, Professor M. Venkatreddy, has been working in the field of yoga, training, literary, therapeutic, scientific research for more than 35 years. He was associated with the late Sri Ramananda Yogi for 8 years as a co-worker. He is a director of Government Yamana Yoga Research Institute, Hyderabad from 1986 to 2005. He has been member, chairman of many committees of state and central government and many universities. He is author, editor of 10 yogic books, including Atratnavali. He has contributed more than 25 scientific papers, both national and international. He has attended yoga workshop at Italy 1989 and as a guest speaker in Japan 1990. He was appointed as a secretary AP Yoga Jana Parsit as a under autonomous body of health and family medical in Andhra Pradesh. He was a member 2 times in Morarji Desai National Institute of Yoga, New Delhi. He is an eminent expert in TKDL, Traditional Knowledge Digital Library. He has contributed yoga program, television, and internet. So now is a therapist and scholar. Now I request Professor M. Venkatreddy Garu, please come and give your expert talk.
Now I invite Professor Venkatreddy Garu. Please go ahead on your topic. Just it is a first of his kind. Just he was nominated as a yoga therapist for the former governor of Andhra Pradesh. I think it is the first of its kind in our India. Now I invite Professor Venkatreddy Garu. Please deliver your talk. His topic is just Ashtakarmas in Hatratnavali. He has vast knowledge, especially in literature. So he is the Masteru. Start dates, Masteru. Masteru. మాస్టర్ అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి దాన్ని అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకొని మీరు స్టార్ట్ చేయండి మాస్టర్ మీది మీట్ లో ఉన్నట్టుంది అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకొని స్టార్ట్ చేయండి మాస్టర్ మాట్లాడండి మాస్టరు మీట్లో ఉందా మనం చేయొచ్చు ఫోన్ చేస్తాం ఫోన్ చేస్తే వద్దామంటాం కాదు సార్ వీటిలో ఉంది సార్ చెప్పండి మాస్టర్, చెప్పండి. మళ్ళీ మొదటి నుంచి చెప్పండి.
ఓకే, మళ్ళీ స్టార్టింగ్.
మళ్ళీ స్టార్టింగ్ లో.
First of all, I am highly thankful to the Andhra University because I was the old student of Andhra University. I am also thankful to the organizers, Ramesh Babu and Martira also. Both are my old students of our organization. My present topic is
వాయిస్ మాస్టర్ చెప్పండి మాస్టర్.
స్టార్టింగ్ మనల్ని
లేదు, స్టార్ట్ చేయండి, మీరు కంటిన్యూ చేయండి మాస్టర్, వినబడుతుంది.
Present topic is Shat in Atratnavali. Here I am referring as a Ashtakarmas, 8 Kriyas. What is the tradition in Atratnavali? Sampradaya Vijayate Ratnamalika Suvarna Kalsat Ke Yogakshade. Ide ocean of Madanath, you get the currents in the sea. Like this, if you learn the techniques of traditions of Atratnavali, there are a number of techniques, nobody can deny the Atratnavali. As per the Yuddha tradition and the Sankhya tradition, our body is Panchibodhatmaka, 5 components of the body. Like this, Sankhya philosophy and Yoga philosophy. Naturopathy, yoga are also based on these 3 principles. That is why base and basics of the 3 sciences are the Sankhya philosophy, Panchabhutas. Here the importance is Aditna also quoted about the 4th chapter, 43 sloka, about the Pinda and Brahmanda. It is nothing but a philosophy of the Panchikarana or Panchabhutas like this. That is why there is relationship between Panchabhutas and our body. As for the some traditions, when we want to give the treatment, it is very important for us what we call the Deha Veda, Desha Veda, Purti Veda, Naikada, Vedacha. These are the factors for the anybody can give treatment. Deha means what you call the Tridosha, Vata Pitta Kapha, like this. Again about the Desha means depends upon the reasons. Just like the highest rainfall, Siripanji and Lonavala, and the highest heat in the Rendisandala in Andhra Pradesh, like this. Purti Veda, there is a difference between the Purti Veda, professional disorders, it is called. Example, IT professionals, at the same time, typists. Here the Purti Veda. Typists can leave government service 30 years without any difficulty. Purti Veda means IT professionals only 10 years they are suffering the problems. Again, other one important Rutus, Shat Rutus are important in Indian climate and culture. That is why when change of the Rutus also our body also changes. That is why, that is the reason the importance of the karmas are introduced in our Adiyogis. Srinivasa Bhatta, one of the greatest propagator of the Hatha Yoga, he has given about the importance for the Hatha Yoga. Generally, it is a 8 karmas why he has given. Hatha Pratipika has given only the 6 karmas. He has clearly mentioned who are the eligible for the Ashtakarmas and what are the benefits of the Ashtakarmas. Yesterday, some people only quoted about the karmas in Kriyas, Vapukushattam, Arvind like this. There is more importance in Atratnavali. What do they call the Karma Shukita Saulyam, Abhimeda Manadika, pranayama, it means slowly overweight people and the kappa dosha and mega overweight at the same time over pollution. Like this, it is important for these people can practice only the Shat karmas. Important. Other important thing is there is a misconception about the Shat karmas. Here, Srinivasa quoted. Chakra sounds and pranayama se karanam natinam sarvagana moksha sadhana margam. Here, Shat chakras are important here in the Yogic philosophy. Here, when you practice the Shat karma only, Ashkarma only, then it is possible for you to purify all the chakras. Highest importance given in chakras. And at the same pranayama also, you can achieve easily. Without practice of this Ashtakarmas, it is difficult to get a pranayama easily. Anas quoted in a good word, without effort, the pranayama can get the practice of the Ashtakarmas. That is important one. Other important thing is ಧ್ಯಾನಜ್ಞರದೇ ಅಷ್ಟಕರ್ಮ ಪ್ರಭಾವತ ಧ್ಯಾನಜ್ಞರದೇ ಅಷ್ಟಕರ್ಮ ಪ್ರಭಾವತ you can get the good health through only the ashtakarmas. That is the another feature important mentioned in the Chirasvatane Adratnavali. Now the point is Adapazana quoted about the Kretani, Kumbhakani, Chitrasriyani, Karnani Cha. Surveyors Adapyas. Here you not mention the Shatkarmas. In the great Adra of the Aditapradipaka, Atmaran Somayadulu, 1634 AD, what do we call the now Atman Agrar near in Karinga Vijayagaram. He is the great Adra of the Adapradipaka. He is approved in my Adratnavali also. He is quoted only, he left the Shatkarmas, whereas Srinivasa 1625, 1695 AD, he is added to the Shatkarmas. Without Shatkarmas, impossible. Mahamudraja Dashtam Karmanashtas Kumbhaka. Like this, he quoted about the Mudras done, Pranayamas 8, Kumbhaka, at the same time, Karmas 8, and the 84 asanas combined the yoga. That is why it is important for us. There is a mistaken and misconception about the what we call the Gadasodhana. Here, Srinivasa clearly mentioned Karmashtaki Midam Gopyam Gadasodhana Karakam. That means it is a very secret, topmost secret. All 8 karmas are placing place of the Gada means body. There is a Girinda quotes about the Gadasuddhan Samasare. The philosophy of the Girinda is the Gadasuddhan Samasare. That is why there is a difference between Adapazivaka, Adratnavali, and the Girinda Saita. He is given highest importance for the Srinivasa here. Other important thing is about the, he has quoted about the 8 karmas. Adhyavayam, Guru Sampradayana Karena, Nandashikaramani Brahma. Guru Margyana, Guru Sampradaya. I am telling the 8 karmas, he is given about the tradition of the Guru. As per the, in the 17th century, in India, about the 7 lakhs, more than 7 lakhs of the Gurukulas in India, as per the one report of the British journals. That is why all Gurukulas are left. The Kshatriyas also learned more Gurukulas means individualistic approach than the Guru practices, because everything should be observed. Otherwise, there is any possibilities of the societies also there. Other important thing is quoted about the Chakri, Navali, Gaudi, Neti, Rasti, Gajakarini, Totally Mastabadi, Karmanashto, Vasakshati. Here, what is the Navali and what is the Chakri? It is all given importance in a clearly, but it is not possible to describe in a short way. That's why, what is the Chakri? It is important for you to know itself is of the Srinivasa Bhatta. Here, the creation of the anal canal with the finger, it is called Chakri. There is a Satkana Sangra by Raghava. He quoted about the what hand should be used, what finger should be used in given in Satkana Sangra. Middle finger of the hand should be used in given Satkana Sangra. That is right. Other one is Navali is a 2 types So Bhaya and Antanavali described by Srinivasa Bhatta. Dhoti also is there. Neti, the shape of the neti was described in the Srinivasa Bhatta ragtime. Here, Swami Golananda, Lonavala, has developed a rubber neti. It's a ragtime. The 4 and the 5 evidence are in this shape. This is the base for the Swami Golananda's rubber neti. Vasti has 2 types. One is the Jalavasti, other one is the Stalavati. Here they are using the Panchabodas in the tracing process, whereas the Ayurveda uses about the Panchakarmas where some herbals are using. That is the difference. Other important thing is Gajikarni quoted by Srinivasa Bhatta. What is a Gajikarni? It is element action. It is different to the Vamanadoti. That is why double to the Vamanadoti. Vamana is hunting, whereas the Gajikarni is a double action. There is a plus 90, 100 more than positive pressure only we will get the Gajikarni. This is called in a North Indian language, it is called Tunjara Kriya. And the Vamanadoti in North Indian language is called the Magi Kriya. It is a tie reaction like this. Other important thing is what are the benefits of the Shat Karma? Your importance is Mola Vyadi. Mola Vyadi. Important for the important is given for the about the important is given here. Most important for the that is why piles and at the same time about the big belly like this. All the you are cured through this Chakri Karma importance given. Other but the Manasuti Devananja, electrical bubbles and you improve the digestion also improve this Chakri Karma. Sarvesha Karmanam Radhanam Prasthayamaya. Here the important is Swatmara Brahmanasam, Swatmara Brahmanam Chakri Nasamatam. In my view, Srinivasa Bhatta is the first commentator of the Atta Pradipika, not the Brahmananda. Brahmananda, 1860, whereas Srinivasa Bhatta, 7th century. He is clearly quoted in the first beginning, Swatma Rama. Here he quoted about the Atma Rama. That is the Swatma Rama, Atma Rama, both are equal. It is the same name, is number was repeated also. That is why Sarvesha Karmanam Sadhanam Prachadevaya Swatma Rama Prabhuvanantu Sakri Karma Nasammatam. That means all the Kriyas, out of all the Kriyas, the Shakti Karma taught by me. This is not accepted by the respected Swatma Rama. Just is giving higher respect to the even the criticizing, but is giving higher respect to the gurus. That is the culture of in the old tradition. Other important thing is what are the success of the Srinivasa Bhatta? There are a number of people thinking about the everybody know about the Sundara Deva or Deva Sundara. He is other of the Radhatva Komadi Adasangeti Chandrika. Who is Deva Sundara? In my studies, later studies, when I was in acting at Ratnavari, I have no idea, but now last 40 years I am searching for who is Deva Sundara. Deva Sundara was migrated from the Andhra Pradesh. Deva was a village in the West Godavari district in the Penugonda Mandalam. His forefathers migrated to the Varanasi. They are the Pravas Andhras. He has Adhatva Komadi published by my principal Dr. M.L. Karate and others. Whereas Adasangas is not yet published. In this book, quoted about the Sundardeva, quoted about the Chakri Karma, Ankarnavali, Chankaplakshal, and Sotraneti. These are the sources from the Adatnavali. That is why I quoted in the Sundardeva success of the Srinivasa Bhatta. Sundardeva was 18th century. It is important for us also about the Singaprakshal. Number of times you are calling the Singaprakshal. Source also very, but we are unable to find Adratnavali, present editions of the Adratnavali. We won't get the Singaprakshal source in the Adratnavali. But Sundaradeva quoted it is from the Adratnavali. Another important thing is about the Satguru Sangra. He quoted about the Chakri, Antar Chakri. He is quoted the Siddhanandanada. That is why it is very important for us. These are the followers of the Srinivasa Bhatta. Another important thing is here we are calling about the Chakri Karma in a Giriana Sayata Mola Sodhana. Just like later only it is introduced in the yogic culture. Another important thing about the Ganesha Kriya. That is called the Shiva Yoga Pradipaka by Sadasiva Brahmendra. Renovated for the 2 works. Other work is Patanjali Yoga Sudhakara. He is also belonging to the Pravas Andhra. He settled in the Kaveri Delta. They belong to his name is about the important from the Kadapa district, Mokshakundam Sivaramaya. He quoted about the Ganesh Kriya, like this various quotations are there. That is why the traditions of Srinivasa Bhatta followed by number of other yogis. Other important thing is here about the most important for the important here for Adhara Sodhanam. If you do Chakra Karma, Adhara Chakra is cleansing. It is clearly quoted Andhra Pradipka, not quoted in Andhra Pradipka or any others also. That is why what is a Chakra and Chakri? That is why it is very important for us here about the important for us. Now I am giving some of my experiences in the latest editions of the Chakra knowledge to this audience. Here I was invited to the Hiroshi Moriyama in the 18th International Annual Conference International Psychology, Parapsychology, Tokyo. It is a known fact in the first year from India, Satyananda Saraswati of Bihar School was invited around 1970. Later, in 1976, our director Ramananda Yogi of Andhra. There are 2 Ramananda Yogis, one in Andhra, one is in Lonavala Ramananda Yogi of Karnataka. Andhra was invited to the 86 by Moriyama and studied on the chakras as the reports are there. And the third was Pune Ramakrishna Rao, the previously Vice Chancellor of the Andhra University and the head of the Yoga Sciences and the parapsychologist invited later, the third person from India. I am the 4th person invited by Hiroshi Moriyama in 1990 to address the psychology and parapsychology annual conference of the conference. My topic is the chakra, the spiritual freedom and liberation. How chakras are helpful and useful to the disease control and helpful for the moksha. Here this important is here, that is why this is important for us. What we call the chakra generally, there is another meanings for the chakra. In a Chandranath quoted about the Siddha Puja, it is called the internal evaluation, Siddha Puja, Chandranath quoted. As of the Gandhara Tantra quoted, Antarajna, it is called the like this chakra. Other important thing is also Chandranath quoted about the Srinivasa Bhatta quoted one sloka, important sloka in this. What how to purify the chakras is quoted by Chandranath's quotation Sampradaya in the Rasam Hare Mare Hema Kare Mala Jare Jare Roga Hare Vayu Pure Pure Ayu Kare Atma Dhyane Dhyane Moksha Kare. Important for us here. Mala Jare Jare Roga Hare. If you throw out the bad products, all the malas, the purified impurities, you can purify the system body. That is the most important skills in this way. That is why very important for the chakras is given about the more important for the Shivasthana. Number of people are not aware of the only chakras we know. Everybody knows about the chakras means chakras Sahita. There is another work called the Chakra Roga Nitrupana. I had collected one manuscript from Andhra Pradesh near the East Godavari district. That is called the important for the tradition. His name is Sripada Viswanatha Sriram. A book on Ayurveda. There is a chapter in a chakras. That is called the Shat Chakra Roga Nirupana. Shat Chakra Roga Nirupana. The Shat Chakra Nirupana is from the Bengali. There is a tradition. This is from Andhra tradition. Here the importance is here. The most important was the when you are comparing these two, important was the chakras. There are about the chakras, which is in diseases are quoted in the important Roga Nirupana about the Ayurvedic concept and Mantra Yoga concept and chakras concept and the diseases of the concept. This is already published myself in the Soryari Chintamani and Yogic Dharma and my Soga for Cyber World. The three books I already quoted about the manuscript about the information about the Chakra Roga Nirupana. That is very important for this in this way. Other important thing, the chakra machines and the yoga machines. Here important, I want to give my experience in the Tokyo. We have the knowledge of the India other than to the Adratnavali chakras. It is our knowledge, our repeated rates, no doubt. But one thing is important, the mechanical survey, the scientific proofs are with the Japan, not India. I surprised to tell you, Motiama, Hiroshi Motiama, one of the there are 3 or 5 books are there in our world yoga field also. I consider also a number of studies are there. Motiama, he is an inventor and the pioneer of the chakra machine and the AMA machine. He also studied important for the Manipur chakra, and he given a report. I already told you, published in my books also and the journals also. Now the point is here, in the last 4 years back, one of my friend, that head of the department of Mangalore, he asked me to collect the both machines to their organization. I wrote a letter to the Motiama, but I get a reply from his son Motiama, who were unable to supply these machines to India. There are no reasons was mentioned, and we are surprised to hearing that news. I may request the government of India or state governments or any universities may try on the government level to obtain these machines to any research organization in a national level or a state level or university level or to strengthen our research in a chakras level. Of course, chakras, we know about the what we call the importance for the Gillian photography or aura. Number of studies came out, but it is insufficient. It is most important for the chakras and the because what is the base of these machines? As per my observation, Indian nadis and at the same time Chinese acupuncture meridians, both are combined in the chakra machines. What Motiama told and what I read also, it is the same like this. That is why it is important for our Oriental culture. The machines are also very important.
మాస్టర్ ప్లీజ్ బ్రీఫ్ ఇట్ మాస్టర్, కొంచెం క్లుప్తంగా ముగించండి మాస్టర్.
Okay, thank you.
నెక్స్ట్ గణేష్ శంకర్ గారు ఉన్నారు. మాస్టర్ పర్లేదు, ముగించండి కొంచెం ఎండింగ్.
Closing. Now, this is important for us. That is right. The important for you is how to propagate the chakras is important for you. The gel neti. Yoga Kit was given about Yoga Kit 1984 onwards. You introduced the gel neti part to the throughout the Andhra University, distributed Yoga Kit in the gel neti part. 30 parts given one training. Like this, it is a HRD department to funds. I request you to give importance to the Kriyas. There is a misconception. The yoga means asanas. Yoga means pyramid yoga. Yoga means competitions. That is why I congratulating the Andhra University conducting like this topic of the Shat Kriyas. I am highly once again thankful for you all the organizers. I am very thankful. Dhanyavads to all my colleagues and my students also.
Thank you.
Dhanyavad.
Thank you.
Pradabyam, Parvanayantam, Jatayin Markin, Mayim Mahisham, Gopal Sumustut, Loka Samustan Sukunavan. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Master, for your comparative study of Shat Karmas and Asht Karmas. As you have vast knowledge of literature, like especially primary books in Sanskrit books. That's why your presentation is very excellent. It's a very significance. Thank you very much, Master. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just sorry for technical. Next eminent speaker, Professor Ganesh Shankarji. I think, in my view, he is the senior most professor in India. I think, in my view, I am very happy to introduce to all the participants Professor Ganesh Shankar Giri, Head and Department of Human Consciousness and Yogic Sciences, Dr. Harsing Gaur University, Central University, Sagar. He has a very vast knowledge, and we have very so many qualifications in yoga and in all aspects of yoga. Just I request Ramya to read Professor Ganesh Shankar Giri profile.
Namaste, sir. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Professor Ganesh Shankar Giriji is the head of the Department of Yoga Education at Dr. Harsing Gaur University, Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. Also Dean of School of Educational Studies, and he's working as a course coordinator of PhD Diploma in Yoga and Psychotherapy, PhD Diploma in Yoga and Naturopathy, PG Diploma in Yoga and Meditation. He also bagged a lot of educational qualifications. He has done his MA in Philosophy, MPED in Yoga and Sports, MPhil in Physical Education and Sports, PhD in Yoga and Ayurveda, DLit in Yoga. The only person in India who has done his DLit in Yoga, PhD Diploma in Yoga, PhD Diploma in Gymnastic, Diploma in Indigenous Activities, Vyayam Visharad. He is a professor and his designation is L14. His research area is Yoga, Psychotherapy, Health and Indian Philosophy. He has bagged a number of awards and honors at international and national level. He has been awarded as Yoga Bhushan for consideration of knowledge in yoga during the World Yoga Conference held in New Delhi on 31st December 1986. And he was awarded Certificate of Honor for the highest appreciation of proficiency in yoga during the International Congress of Psychotherapy on Dialogue between East and West held in Kunming, PR, China from August 20th to 24 in 2021. He was awarded Certificate of Honor for contribution in Yoga and Ecology of Consciousness during the 4th International Congress of ALUBRAT held at Lisbon from October 9th to 12th, 2003. And he was awarded Certificate of Honor in recognition of the achievements in psychotherapies during the 3rd International Congress at Ascoli Piceno, Italy from February 25th to 27th, 2004. And he was awarded Certificate of Honor by the Manav Kalyan Yoga and Prakritik Chikitsa Evam Shiksha Sansthan, New Delhi, for the highest contribution in yoga on 27th of April 2002. He was awarded Certificate of Honor by Yogyan International and CONY BioHealth Healthcare Chennai for the development of yoga in India on 10th September 2002. And he was awarded Certificate of Honor by UP Naturopathy and Yoga Teachers and Physicians Association for the outstanding contribution for the development of yoga and naturopathy in 2004. And he has published a number of publications. He has published 30 research papers, 24 books, 2 book chapters, and he has attended seminars and conferences, and he has published 36 conference proceedings. And he had a number of foreign visits. He had nearly 25 foreign visits. And he under his guidance, 15 PhDs were awarded. And right now, 5 PhD scholars are working under his guidance. International and national seminars are being attended by him. Some of the international seminars included development of psychotherapy in India and South Asia in 2016. He has organized a number of national seminar or conferences and workshops, national and internationally. He has organized 7 national seminars and 5 international seminars. He has been invited as lecturer and given lectures in so many seminars. And he has membership in international and national academic bodies, including the international bodies like President. He has been serving as the President, World Council of Psychotherapy, Asian Chapter, Vienna at Austria, and he is the founder president and Asian Federation of Psychotherapy in China, and he is the vice president of Asian Federation of Psychotherapy, Moscow, and he is the member European Association of Psychotherapy, Austria. He is the fellow member Scientific Council of the Indian Council of Ayurveda, and he is the life member of World Society of Clinical Yoga at Lucknow, and he is the founder and life member Indian Council of Research in Yoga, Bhopal, and he is the founder and general secretary Yoga and Psychotherapy Association of India, Sagar, life member National Board, National Association of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, New Delhi. He is the member of advisory board of the Kundalini Yoga Research Institute, Lucknow, and the list goes on. And he has visited the foreign visits, 25 visits.
Now I request Professor Ganesh Shankarji, please kindly to deliver your talk. His talk is on yogic kriyas in therapeutic perspectives. Please kindly participate.
Namaskar.
Carefully.
Thank you very much for giving my long introduction, and I am very honored and pleased to attend
Sir,
this.
please unmute, sir. Please unmute.
It is unmute. Am I audible?
Sir, it's audible only.
I am audible?
You are audible, sir.
There, sir is audible, sir.
Okay, I start my talk. I am very honored and pleased to attend this remarkable webinar on the role of Shat Kriyas in the management of health and ailments, which is being organized from 16th, 17th June 2022 by the Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Andhra University, Visakhapatnam. My sincere thanks to Dr. K. Ramesh Babu, the organizing secretary, Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, for inviting me to share my views on this important occasion during the national webinar. I remember my 20 years back days when I invited Professor P.V. Krishna Rao from Andhra University during a national seminar on yoga and mental health in Sagar. He delivered a very good lecture on human consciousness and yoga in 2003. Before that, I met him in CCRYN in New Delhi when I was director there under the Ministry of Health. Now it is a separate Ayush Ministry, Government of India in 2002. Eminent experts in the field of yoga and allied subjects have already spoken and discussed researches on various aspects of yoga and also the importance of Shat Kriyas in management of health and ailments in since yesterday. On this occasion, I congratulate Dr. Ramesh Babu and his entire team for their continuous efforts for organizing such a systematic webinar. All these efforts are not only to the department but also to the university and to the nation. I also congratulate Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, for his moral and technical support for organizing this webinar. The suggestions and outcome of this webinar will definitely be very useful for all humanity, which is the theme of the year's International Day of Yoga. And I hope after the webinar, all lectures and presentations will be published in the form of proceedings of the seminar by the university for the future benefit of the society and the students. I once again congratulate Dr. K. Ramesh Babu for organizing such a nice program at the national level, which will definitely be very useful for the future generation to come in the field of yoga. Now I come to my topic, that is yogic kriyas in therapeutic perspectives. In the beginning, I can assure you that all yogic kriyas are very useful in therapeutic perspectives as far as scientific researches and studies are concerned. Moreover, our traditional texts also are of the view that regular practice of yoga in a holistic way, that is all aspects of Hatha Yoga, including asanas, pranayamas, meditation, shuddhi kriyas, that is purificatory processes, can lead a person to happy and healthy life. In the previous sessions also, so many eminent speakers have told about the importance and benefits of these purificatory processes, Shat Karmas, in terms of achieving holistic health, especially therapeutical aspects. Holistic health includes the physical, physiological, psychological, and spiritual dimensions of human being. First scientific research in yoga was started by Swami Kuvalyananda at Kavalyadhama Yoga Institute, Lonavala in 1924 and published in the Yog Mimamsa Journal. Since then, so many researches in the field of yoga are still going on throughout the world, and the efficacy of yoga practices have been proved by their positive results. So the researches have shown the results with regards to improvement in health, harmony, and happiness by yoga. I myself have seen during my tenure at CCRYN New Delhi, where I, on behalf of the Government of India, used to give scientific projects to eminent yoga and allied institutions like Nimhans, Ailments, Kavalyadhama, S. Vyasa, and other universities and medical institutions. They have all shown positive results in their different researches related to yoga, and records are still with the Government of India in Ayush Ministry. Such findings I have personally felt in my university at Sagar and in the collaborative researches with other countries like Russia, China, Japan, and many European countries, how this research in yoga work now I shall discuss here. What is health? First of all, I will just brief in a brief. I will just explain. Sam dosha sam dasu samagnischa malakriya pasannatmendriya mana swasthitya vidyate. In the light of this meaning, swasthya is defined as the bodily state in which various dosas, that is vata, pitta, kapha, dhatus, rasa, rakta, etc., agnis, gastric fire, etc., perform their functions efficiently in an integrated manner at their own sites for the welfare of the organism to cause the efficient disposal of waste products, that is stool, urine, sweat, etc., and sense of well-being at physical, sensual, mental, and spiritual levels. Now here there are three main aspects of health. These are promotive aspect, curative aspect, preventive aspect. And there are so many misconceptions about yoga also, which are flourished all over the world, such as yoga is not meant for, some people understand that yoga is not meant for the ordinary person, the householder, but is only for a selected few. And the other misconceptions is yoga is associated with the idea of supernatural or linked with miracles. Yoga is equated with mysticism, black magic, or various types of mortifications. Yoga is a system of therapy which can cure all disorders. Yoga is a system of philosophy dealing with metaphysical theories about the universe. Yoga is just a system of exercise. All these misconceptions indicate that most of the peoples are unable to see yoga as a whole concept, yeah, holistic concept, but are only aware of a fragment of its potential. Now I would like to clear the meaning of yoga, word yoga. The state of highest level of consciousness, the state of highest level of equilibrium, the state of highest level of integration, the state of highest level of absolute transcendental health, etc., may be called yoga because it denotes the state. It is the end, it is the aim, it is the goal of yoga. We call it yoga. And the other meaning is the technology, the means, the techniques, substances, and the phenomena that is, etc., that are used to attain the aforesaid highest state of spiritual transformation is also called yoga. So we can say yoga is a and as well as an means. It is true that yoga is ancient. In fact, its origin is shrouded in antiquity. Yoga emphasizes that mind influences the body more than the body influences the mind. The yoga system of Patanjali, which is also known as Raj Yoga, is a way of life and a set of practices for regulation of mind to achieve the highest goal of yoga, that is Kavalya. Patanjali has prescribed an eightfold path for the achieving the goal of yoga, a goal of Kavalya. Now, traditional yoga can be found in Vedas, Upanishads, Ayurveda, Bhagavad Gita, Vasishtha Samhita, etc. Patanjali Yoga Sutra of Maharishi Patanjali, Hat Pradipika, Grand Samhita, Hat Ratnavali, etc. And among all, the Patanjali's eightfold path program is very popular all over the world. Now I will just briefly just explain some of the few important points because everybody know about these eightfold path. External yoga for psychophysical preparation, preparatory stage of psychophysical preparation, that is yamas, maintenance of external or social ecology to establish a peaceful, harmonious, and congenial social environment. Falsehood, violence, or injury to others, dependence on others' earning, violation of inner laws of being, attachment to material possession. These are some important yamas. And the niyamas are maintenance of internal or personal ecology, that is health, balance, harmony, and happiness in one's own body, mind, intellect, complex, inner and outer purity, an optimistic approach to life's problems, self-discipline in life, studious habits, reverence of for the divine or the spiritual. And the intermediate stage, that is, and the second stage, we can divide these eightfold path into three stages. The first one was the preparatory stage for psychophysical preparation, and the second one is intermediate state, conscious and systematic development and application of a prana. Asanas practiced to achieve the stability and comfort in the body postures. Pranayama practices to bring about regulation and control and rhythm in breathing. Pratyahara, withdrawal of senses and control over them. And the final stage, the third stage of this eightfold path is internal yoga. Dharana, concentration, holding on to one object, spot, or idea. Immediate feeling of internal region of the body, that is central part of heart, tip of nose, tip of tongue, and light when within the head. Fixation of mind through a particular sense, withdrawal of other senses, characteristics of the process, interruption caused by intrusion of any other functions, similar drop of water. Dhyana, intent, observation, continuation of attention and contemplation, to seize hold of and identifying itself with the object, not only of mind but final degree of mind, that is me. And the third one is samadhi, the state of collected absorption, report of rupture. Characteristics of process, flow of consciousness, continuous like flow of oil or the honey. Now I come to it was the eightfold path. It is also known as Raj Yoga. Now I come to the Hatha Yoga part. Techniques of yoga have been practiced for thousands of years, mainly for the sake of final goal of liberation from cycle of rebirth and the pain associated with it. These techniques were intended to influence the body, influence the mind more than the body. With the Hatha yogins who flourished in comparatively later times in the history of yoga, maybe about the 15th century AD, there was a greater emphasis on the body. Their ultimate aim was also the same, namely attainment of the state of samadhi, but their means were more suited to the ability of the common man. Hatha yoga as a holistic system does not consist of mere kriyas, asanas, pranayamas, bandhas, mudras, and meditation, etc., but lays great stress on control of diet, social attitude, and personal habits so as to bring about the beneficial changes in the whole of metabolic process. It is truly an integrated approach treating man as a whole. Now I come to the most popular field of yoga, that is yoga therapy. Strictly speaking, therapy is not the proper field of yoga. However, Patanjali mentions Vyadhi, meaning disease, which he considers as a hindrance to personality integration. But he never refers to the treatment of disease simply because of his approach is holistic rather than analytical. That is, he prefers to integrate rather than occupy himself with the symptoms of disintegration. Throughout the many years of research into yoga therapy at Kaivalyadhama, many discoveries were made about the therapeutic effects on certain elements. Later attempts were made by many organizations and individuals both in India and abroad. Yoga therapy, its basic principles and methods by Swami Kuvalyananda and Dr. S.L. Vinekar was published by Government of India in 1961. It was distributed in several countries, including socialist, and was even translated into Polish and other languages also. Now I come to the Shat Karma in therapeutic perspectives. Shat Karma, also known as Shat Kriyas, are a set of 6 yogic cleansing techniques described in Hatha Yoga texts. Cleansing practices are part of most indigenous health systems, be it yoga, naturopathy, Ayurveda, or Chinese medicine. In yoga, 6 cleansing practices are described in Hatha Yoga tradition, which are known to balance the constitution of an individual. These 6 cleansing practices in yoga are known as Shat Karma or Shat Kriyas, which are said to promote the health and well-being by purifying the whole body. Hatha Yoga Pradipika in chapter 2 of Swatma Rama recommends the practice of Shat Kriya prior to practice of pranayama. The Shat Kriya techniques include dhoti, internal cleansing, basti, yogic enema, neti, nasal cleansing, tratak, concentration gazing, nauli, abdominal massaging, and kapalbhati, frontal sinus cleansing. Although several health benefits of Shat Kriyas are narrated in Hatha Yoga text, there is a lack of comprehensive literature on a scientific studies in the subject matter. There are 4 major texts of Hatha Yoga tradition, that is Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Grand Samhita, Shiv Samhita, and Hatha Ratnavali. Among them, Grand Samhita and Hatha Yoga Pradipika describes the purification of the body with reference to 6 variants of cleansing procedures. Grand Samhita has an elaborate description of the subtypes of benefits of Shat Kriyas, and Hatha Ratnavali, which is the latest among the Hatha Yoga texts, narrates 8 variants of cleansing techniques, which you have earlier heard from my colleague Dr. Venkata Reddy. However, the 6 cleansing techniques described in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika of Swatma Rama are most popular among the yoga practitioners. The main objective of Sat Karma to balance the 3 harmony humors, that is 3 dosa in the body: mucus, kapha, bile, pitta, and wind, vata. Though there are few similarities in the cleansing process described in yoga and Ayurveda, such as basti and vaman dhoti, the yoga cleansing methods are unique for multiple reasons. The yogic cleansing is done by the practitioner himself under the guidance of yoga teacher and without administration of any medicine. In the concluding part, I would like to say that Indian tradition, scientific research, and clinical experiences all point out that yoga practices are probably the most important and effective self-help tool available to men. The practice of Shat Kriya and Shat Karma recommended in the Hatha Yoga tradition. The beneficial role of Shat Kriya narrates in both traditional text and evident from the small body of empirical work warrant further rigorous scientific exploration. From the available literature, we found the practice of yoga cleansing techniques safe when practiced under the guidance of a trained teacher and has a potential role in health and disease. In the last, we shall have to admit that yoga begins where the science ends. So at the end, I once again congratulate and thanks all the organizing committee of the webinar for inviting me and share my views on the important theme. Through yoga, everybody will have a good health, harmony, and happiness in his life. Sarve bhavantu sukhna, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukh bhag bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Let everyone be happy. Let everyone be healthy. Let everyone be blessed. Let none have any misery. Om Peace, Peace, Peace. Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Very much, sir. Professor Ganesh Shankarji. You have given a wonderful. Thank you very much, Professor Ganesh Shankarji. You have given a wonderful message in the presentation, in the techniques described in the classical and yoga texts. You covered all the aspects of yoga, like Shat Kriyas and other Antaranga yoga techniques like Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. Thank you very much, Professor Ganesh Shankarji. Thank you very much.
Namaskar.
Thank you very much. Namaskar. If time allows, just next time also I will definitely call you, sir, to be as a
Thank you.
one of the
Thank you very
speakers.
much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We know I first saw you at Mangalore University, at Mangalore University. Then Professor Krishna Sarmaji conducted an international seminar at Mangalore. First, I saw you there.
Last month also I visited Mangalore University. I went for neck inspection as a peer team member in Manipal University. And then I met
Sorry,
him. Okay, thank you very much.
If time allows, definitely I will invite to my university or yoga department, sir. Definitely. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next expert talk by Dr. Kamakya Kumar, Associate Professor, Department of Yogic Science, Uttarakhand Sanskrit University. He is a Sanskrit scholar. I hope that he is online, I think. Dr. Kamakya Kumar. So, Dr. Ramya.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity of introducing Dr. Kamakya Kumarji. Dr. Kamakya Kumar has about 20 years of teaching experience at postgraduate level in the field of yogic science. Presently, he is working with the Uttarakhand Sanskrit University, Haridwar, as department head of yogic sciences. He was the founding faculty member in the Department of Yoga and Health at their Saraswati Vishwavidyalaya, Haridwar, and taught the postgraduates for 14 years. Apart from that, had the additional charge of Center of Complementary and Alternative Medicine as chief coordinator. He was the member secretary of NAM peer team during the visit of Kavi Kulaguru's Kalidas Sanskrit University, Ramtek, Maharashtra in December 2021. He is the member of different bodies and committees in several universities across the country. He is the editor-in-chief of 2 international journals, International Journal of Yoga and Yogic Sciences and International Journal of Science and Consciousness. He has conducted over 8 international conferences as convener and organizing secretary and a number of workshops till date. Dr. Kumar has published about 90 research papers in different national and international journals and authored over 10 books on yogic science, including human consciousness and yogic science, yoga psychology, a handbook of yoga psychotherapy, a handbook of yoga nidra, yoga education, a textbook, मानव चेतना एवं योग विज्ञान हिंदी, योग रहस्य in Hindi, super science of yoga, yoga महाविज्ञान in Hindi, yoga therapy, yoga चिकित्सा संदर्शिका in Hindi, human excellence through yoga, and yoga and human values. He has delivered lectures for various institutions across the globe. He has broadcasted a series of talks over yoga and health related problems on All India Radio. He was also invited as an expert panelist on DD National, New Delhi, during Yogotsav program on International Yoga Day in 2019, and as an expert panelist on DD Dehradun during a live program on International Yoga Day in 2020. He has a keen interest in the area of research, particularly the multidirectional aspects and psycho-spiritual facts of yoga. Presently, he is writing over yoga and self-management. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity of introducing Dr. Kamakya Kumarji. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Now I continue, Kamakya Kumarji. Please deliver your talk on, especially that Dr. Kamakya Kumarji is a very expert dealing with stress through yoga techniques. Now he will share his opinions and techniques with our participants. Now I invite.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Kriyas Babu for inviting me and the whole organizing team. And secondly, I would congratulate the organizing team to conduct this webinar on this occasion. And it's very much specific, so it's quite interesting for us also. Before we enter into the lecture, may I request you all to chant the Gayatri Mantra all together without opening your mics. भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्. So, respected dignitaries and the organizing committee members and dear participants, my topic of discussion is if stress and its management through yogic satkarma. So actually, it's a very interesting topic, I think, because the mechanization of the world and the advancement of science and technology have provided an enormous range of pleasure and comforts. We have used to move further towards the wrongly chosen values philosophy of love and comfort driven mode of living, generating restlessness, tension, stress, and a horde of new diseases. It is indeed a pity that man, the intelligent being, has chosen this dark path of self-inflicted pain and suffering for himself and of total annihilation of life. Man burns and ruins himself in the fire of unending craving, and his desire fulfills always remains unfulfilled. So we want to be happy, but often find that the circumstances of life pulls us back into the mire and discontent, desperation, and worries. Coming to the point, what is stress? Stress is roughly the opposite of relaxation. Yesterday, there was a presentation in an university, and there it was, my topic was discussion was relaxation, different techniques of relaxation in yoga therapy. And today it's the same alter, stress and dismanagement. So stress is roughly the opposite of relaxation. It's a medical term for wide range of strong external stimuli, both physiological and psychological, which can cause a physiological response called the general adaptation syndrome. The only cure available in this is self-control, learning how to take responsibility for our physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual reactions and life changes. Changes creates stress. Whenever we enter into a change, so simply people want to be in a static condition, and life is a changing process, over changing process. This change creates stress, and it's our fast changing world. We need effective tool to help us maintain a healthy balance. So the mechanism of stress, like stress related disorders, evolve gradually in the stage. In the first stage, physiological symptoms like anxiety, irritability arises due to overactivation of the sympathetic nervous system. And later on, the other symptoms like irritative bowel syndrome and chronic diseases maybe enter into the hypertension, diabetes, obesity. So it has been defined as cognitive or emotional response made by the individual towards any situation which demands adjustment. When the demand of the situation exceeds the ability of individual, distress results, which may manifest in mental and physical symptoms of abnormality. So, maybe just discuss the risk factor of the stress. There are environmental factors, situational factors, physical exertions, mental tension, information overload, job dissatisfaction, lifestyle and diet, addictions, and so on. If you just discuss the symptoms of the stress, if you just observe a person who is under stress, you can see he is just biting the nails, clenching the feet, clenching jaws, drumming fingers like this, grinding teeth, always stressed, hunching shoulders, picking at facial skin like this, 2 jobs at a time, touching hair often, too hurried or too loud talking, too conscious about being on time. So there are some common symptoms which you can observe in a stressed person. So basically, stress is of 2 types, eustress and distress. Everybody knows. So eustress is constructive stress. You can say positive stress. So it increases the activity and the energy level. And whereas distress is improperly coped stress, you can say negative stress. So this eustress is very common and very useful for our life, whereas distress leads you towards a wrongly chosen or wrong areas or discomfort. So here the situation come is called fight or flight mechanism. When a person is into the situation to fight with the condition, that is under eustress. And when a person is unable to fight with the situation, he starts flighting from the condition, and that is distress. So under distress, these circumstances arise, and a number of diseases enters into your physiological and psychological conditions. What happens into the fight or flight response? The hypothalamus activates, and hypothalamus activation enter into two situations. So first, it activates the sympathetic nervous system, and this sympathetic nervous system activates the adrenal medulla. You might be knowing the participants, the students here listening our talk. So there is a gland over the kidneys called adrenal gland. So upper part of the adrenal gland called adrenal medulla, and when it activates, it releases the norepinephrine and releases the epinephrine, and it enters into the bloodstream. At the same time, activation of sympathetic nervous system activates the gland and smooth muscles, and at the blood streams and the smooth muscles is also being increases the neural activities, combines with hormones in the bloodstream to constitute the fight or flight response. Here, the hypothalamus also does another thing, that is activates the adrenal cortical system by releasing the CRF, and it activates the pituitary gland, which secretes the hormone like ACTH, adrenocorticotropic hormone. And this adrenal corticotropic hormone activates the adrenal cortex and releases the approximately 30 negative hormones, and it enters into the bloodstream at the same time. So with two sides, the blood gets toxicated, in other terms. The bloodstream, when bloodstream toxicated and the smooth muscle get activated, it activates the neural activities with the hormones and bloodstream to continue with the fight and flight response. And the symptoms enters into the body is it increases the stiffness of the muscles, activates the sympathetic nervous system, increases the adrenal gland secretions, activates the respiratory rate, heartbeat, pulse rate, increases the blood pressure, and overall vasoconstrictions occur. It increases the cardiac workload, slows the peristaltic movement, and affects the almost all organ activities wrongly. Ultimately results into the psychosomatic illnesses. All the smooth muscles, all the soft organs their activities enters into the wrong path. It results into the sinus trachea, hypertension, ischemic heart disease, diabetes mellitus, all these symptoms. And if you are already the patient of hypertension or blood sugar, diabetes mellitus, so blood pressure and blood sugar will be increased in the stress situations. It also enters into the, it also results into the hyperacidity, ulcerative colitis, migraine, tension, headache, chronic backache, allergies, asthma, thyrotoxin, autoimmune disorders, menstrual disorders, anxiety neurosis, obsessions, aggression, disturbed sleep. You see, a series of disorders which results into the physiological illnesses and psychological disorders. One of them is aggression, disturbed sleep, emotional outburst, overreactive personality, loss of sense and humors, forgetfulness. It is very often today. Loss of clarity in thinking, undue fear, and loss of common sense. Lack of coordination between body and mind, irritability, regression, fatigue, insomnia, lack of memory, anxiety, frustration, habitual anger, helplessness, hopelessness, restlessness. So many symptoms you see into a stressed person. How to counteract the stress? Coming to the point, that is yoga. And there are several other management. There are many paths to manage the stress. One is self-management. As I said in the beginning of the session, so self-control is the first and foremost way to deal with the stress. Then management through acceptance. Accept the situation, accept yourself, accept the others, accept the situation, and that acceptance will make your mind strong enough to handle with the situation. Now, management through the herbs. There are Ayurvedic herbs also, and modern medicine we have also anti-stress drugs. But Ayurveda person or Ayush person, yoga person will not suggest the stressed person to take the pills because there are side effects also. So management through herbs, management through lifestyle. Whatever lifestyle is there, you have to make a change into that. Positive change. And then management through changing the environment. That is called ahar, vihar, vichar, vyavahar. Ahara you can change through the diet. Vihara, environmental change, you can go for a walk in the morning. You can go for a tour, small tour or long tour, that doesn't matter. Situations should be altered. Environment should be changed. And the last thing is management through yoga and satkar. So coming to the point, yoga. What yoga is? Everybody knows here. The entire Vedic literature and the stages of savants of the Shastric scriptures have given paramount information of the yoga and have discussed in detail the method of yogic practices. There is no scripture which doesn't sing the poem of the preeminent benefits of supramental effect of this time-tested method that encompass the personal, global, and the cosmic realm of existence. So it is said that even in if one perform yoga and dhyana with fervent faith without going through all the prescribed ascetic disciplines of higher level of sadhana, he attains some of the benefits of yoga sadhana. Yoga have their threefold process of anti-stress mechanism. First is physiological, second is psychological, and third is pranic. So, especially if we practice Satkarma like Jalaneti, Kapalbhati, Kunjal Kriya, or Lagu Sanka Prakshalana, all these practices, particularly Jalaneti and Kapalbhati, it direct affects our nervous system, whereas the Kunjal, the Vaman Kriya and Lagu Sanka Prakshalana, it cleans the body first and it results into the relaxation of the mind later. So overall effect of Satkarma like Neti, Kunjal, Kapalbhati and Lagu Sanka Prakshalana. These are 4 time-tested tools for stress and its management. So what these practices results into? It activates the parasympathetic nervous system. It releases the stiffness and rigidity. When we do Satkarma, it reflects into the muscular relaxation. And therefore, it regulates the cardiac activities, and the cardiovascular activities results into vasodilation. So later on, it balances the endocrinal secretions, slows down the cardiac workload, regulates the bodily purification, improves the immunity, and manages the psychosomatic disorders. At the same time, on the psychological level, practice of Satkarma like Jalaneti, Kapalbhati, it results into betterment of coordination between body and mind. Better body-mind coordination is the requirement of today, and ability to cope with the situation, harmony with the work. At the same time, the contentment occurs in the mind, happiness, cheerfulness, betterment in relationship, enhancement of memory, mental equipoise, inner calmness, increased awareness, disappearance of jealousy, lust, and other, vice versa. Therefore, behavioral modifications. So these are the common psychological symptoms which results with the practice of Satkarma, particularly Jalaneti, Kapalbhati, Lagu Sanka Prakshalana and Vaman. These 4 practices are very much useful. And what other thing is, that is, it activates the pranic level of the body. So it activates the psychic centers, it develops the magnetic personality with the effect of Satkarma particularly. It improves the vitality, it raises the wisdom, it develops the wholeheartedness, and extrasensory potentials can be observed with the practice of Satkarma. So there are several other practices also in Hatha Yoga. Like we start with Satkarma, then Asana, Pranayama, meditative technique. But more or less, Satkarma practices are the base and quite useful for the body and mental situations. So nothing to discuss more except the benefits of Satkarma resulting into the psychosomatic disorders management. There are other paths also, Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, Raj Yoga, and so on. But Hatha Yoga is quite effective, quite powerful, quite popular because the results are time tested and the results are quick. So I congratulate Dr. K. Ramesh Babuji for conducting such a webinar and choosing such an interesting topic, that Satkarma and particularly the Hatha Yoga practices. That is, if you just want to balance your Ida and Pingala, if you want to get the higher situation, higher condition of sadhana in Hatha Yoga, that is Kundalini. So you need to start with the Satkarma. So stress and its management with Satkarma may lead you towards the spiritual conditions and higher level of yoga sadhana. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, one and all. And once again, thank you to Dr. K. Ramesh Babuji for inviting me here. Namaste. Dhanyavad.
Namaste. Thank you very much, Dr. Kamik Kumar. Just, I think it's the first kind how the stress will be controlled, regulated by the Shatkarmas. You link the Shatkarmas with stress management. It's a new topic. Thank you very much, Dr. Kamik Kumar. Thank you very much. Next, I invite Dr. Amarjit Yadav, Assistant Professor and Coordinator, Faculty of Yoga and Alternative Medicine, University of Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. I think he's online. Now I request Ramya to please.
Thank you, sir.
Profile. Now I request
Thank you, sir.
Please read his profile.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Respected Vice Chancellor, sir. Registrar, sir.
Let us introduce your profile. Please, Dr. Amarjit, please let us introduce your profile to the participants.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad to take the opportunity of introducing Dr. Amarjit Yadav. Dr. Amarjit Yadav is currently working as an assistant professor and coordinator at the Faculty of Yoga and Alternative Medicines, University of Lucknow. He is also a coordinator of the institute and has written 15 books on yoga and naturopathy, which is available for postgraduate students of yoga subjects at the various universities of India. 70 articles and research papers have been published by Dr. Yadav. He also gets time to time invitations for lecture and center and state level universities and organizations, 3 international and 15 national seminars and dozens of workshops, objective-based talks have been organized by him. Dr. Yadav has developed yoga and naturopathy courses of various universities and institutions. Dr. Yadav was editor of souvenirs published during 10 national and international seminars organized for yoga and naturopathy. He was incorporated and as a coordinator in 3rd International Yoga Day celebrations in Lucknow, in which around 300 yoga teachers and 30,000 participants were given yoga protocol training. Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi was the chief guest of this program. Dr. Yadav was a member of the core committee of this International Yoga Day 2017 event. He was also nominated as a coordinator for the International Yoga Day 2018 and 2019 by the Ayush Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Along with this, he was also appointed as a co-convener of International Yoga Day 2018 and 2019, program organized at Raj Bhavan, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Thank you, sir, for giving me this.
Now I request Dr. Amarjit Yadav, please deliver your thoughts on Shat Karma and health. Please.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Vice Chancellor sir, Registrar sir, HOD sir, मैं हिंदी में बोलना चाहूँगा और मुझे माफ़ करिएगा आप लोग, मैं 5 से 6 मिनट ही बोल पाऊँगा। अभी 12 बजे से गवर्नमेंट में मीटिंग है, मैंने बता भी दिया था। तो जितना भी मेरे पास टाइम है, स्टेट का इस समय मैं कोऑर्डिनेटर हूँ, तो बहुत सारी इस समय बिजी शेड्यूल है सर, इसलिए मुझे सॉरी इस चीज़ के लिए। नहीं तो मैं पूरा जितना भी मेरा टाइम अलॉट था उतना मैं बोलना चाहता था। तो बहुत ही मेरे पास छोटा सा समय है, उसमें मैं अपनी बात रखना चाहूँगा। जैसा कि मेरा जो बात करने का आप लोगों के साथ डिस्कस करने का टॉपिक है षटकर्म और स्वास्थ्य। देखिए, षटकर्म भारतीय परंपरा का शरीर शोधन का एक बहुत ही विलक्षण और विशुद्ध मार्ग है और एक इस शरीर के शोधन का बहुत ही ट्रेडिशनल तरीका है और उसके माध्यम से शरीर की आंतरिक और बाह्य, इंटरनल और एक्सटर्नल दोनों प्यूरिफिकेशन इससे संभव है। और अलग अलग तरह के जो भी षटकर्म हैं उनको यहाँ पे मैं मेंशन नहीं करना चाहता, मगर ब्रीफली उसको मैं इस तरह से बताना चाहता हूँ कि हठ योग में या अन्य जो योगिक लिटरेचर है उसके अंदर जो षटकर्म का जो बेनिफिट्स है या टेक्निक्स है वो इस 5 एलिमेंट से क्रिएट हुए शरीर के लिए बहुत ही पॉजिटिव है। वो इसलिए क्योंकि जो षटकर्मों का अभ्यास है या षटकर्मों की जो टेक्निक्स हैं वो ऋषि परंपरा के लोगों के द्वारा कुछ इस तरह से डेवलप की गई है जिससे शरीर की आंतरिक शुद्धि होने में, शरीर की इम्यूनिटी को अच्छा रखने में, शरीर के हेल्थ के स्टेटस को बेहतर बनाने में बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से अपना रोल प्ले करती है। और हेल्दी होने का मतलब ये होता है कि ये जो फिजिकल बॉडी है ये ठीक रहे, मेंटल लेवल पे आदमी ठीक रहे, सोशल लेवल पे आदमी ठीक रहे, स्पिरिचुअली आदमी वेलबींग की कंडीशन में है, तो ऐसे आदमी को फिर हेल्दी के कैटेगरीज में हम रख सकते हैं। तो जो योग का जो षटकर्म का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है या जो षटकर्म की जो प्रैक्टिसेस है वो फिजिकली व्यक्ति को शोधन करने में मदद करती है और उसका जो मेंटल लेवल पे भी तमाम तरह का इसमें अभ्यास है, जैसे त्राटक का अभ्यास है, इसमें तमाम इसके साइंटिफिक वैल्यूज़ के बारे में हम बात करेंगे, साइंटिफिक इसके रिसर्चेज के बारे में बात करेंगे। तो त्राटक के साथ या पहले प्राणायाम के तमाम तरह के अभ्यास हैं उनको कर लिया जाए, आसनों का अभ्यास कर लिया जाए, फिर प्रॉपरली त्राटक का अभ्यास किया जाए, तो साइंटिफिक ढंग से आप देखोगे कि शरीर में हैप्पी हार्मोन्स का सिक्रेशन बढ़ता है, जैसे सेरोटोनिन, डोपामिन, इस तरह के हार्मोन्स का ब्लड में सर्कुलेशन ज़्यादा अच्छा हो जाता है। दूसरी तरफ षटकर्मों के बाद मेडिटेशन का अभ्यास कर लें तो जितने भी शरीर में एंगर हार्मोन्स है, कार्टिसोन, एड्रेनालिन, उनका सिक्रेशंस कम होने लगता है। तो इस तरह से एक अच्छा कॉम्बिनेशन भारतीय परंपरा के ऋषि मुनियों ने बनाया है जिससे शरीर में सूदिंग इफेक्ट्स पड़ता है और शरीर का जो फिजिकल एस्पेक्ट है या जो मेंटल एस्पेक्ट है, जो सोशल एस्पेक्ट है या लाइफ का जो स्पिरिचुअल एस्पेक्ट है, सबको बेहतर करने में अच्छा मदद मिल सकती है। और इस तरह से हम अपने जीवन में बॉडी, माइंड और सोल तीनों में प्रॉपर कोऑर्डिनेशन इस्टेब्लिश कर सकते हैं। और बेसिकली योग के रिकॉग्निशन के अनुसार, अकॉर्डिंग टू योग, शरीर, मन और आत्मा तीनों की सामंजस्यपूर्ण स्थिति है स्वास्थ्य, मीन्स प्रॉपर कोऑर्डिनेशन ऑफ बॉडी, माइंड एंड सोल, यही हेल्थ है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। मुझे माफ़ करना, सॉरी, इसमें बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट मीटिंग है, इसमें मैं आपके साथ बहुत सारी चीज़ें शेयर नहीं कर पाया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thanks. Um, uh, Next, we have a presentation by Dr. Ailments. Dr. I.V. Aswareddy is the director, Molarji Desai National Institute of Yoga, run by Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, New Delhi. Just he is a very busy schedule because of this coming 8th International Day of Yoga. So he sent a recorded video related to this topic. Please kindly listen. Just it takes only 15 minutes. I request all the participants, please listen that video record by Dr. I.V. Baswareddy. Share it.
Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. My pronouns to all the dignitaries and faculty of the esteemed Department of Yoga Studies, student friends, yoga enthusiasts who are joining this webinar, various social media platforms, and also who are present physically. I am Dr. Ishwar Basavareddy, Director, Molarji Desai National Institute of Yoga, under the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Just like to share some of the views on the role of Shat Kriyas in the management of health and ailments. In the entire the practice of yoga, Shat karmas are called detoxification practices. So in the medical term, that is only clinical practices where we need clinical knowledge before administering any of the Shat karmas. Maybe Neti or Kapalbhati or Basti. We need some of the elementary knowledge of the physiology, anatomy, biochemistry. And if you see the entire nature of yoga, Ashtanga yoga, there is called a Shaucha, one of the niyama, which is the precondition, prerequisites for the practice of yoga. Shaucha and Santosha are prerequisites. Even in while doing before pranayama, Shat karmas are mandatory for the yoga practitioners. And in Heranga Samhita, Saptanga Yoga, Shodhana is the first thing. So that emphasizes the importance of Shat karma in yoga sadhana. Coming to the terminology, the word Shat karma is derived from two words, Sat in 6 and karma means practice or actions. The Shat karmas refers to the cleansing practices or Shodhana Kriyas, which clean the body internally. That means we are cleansing the various channels like gastrointestinal tract or respiratory tract, Wherever the accumulation of toxins in the body, by these kriyas, we are going to. Samhita in its first chapter, third sutra, explain Lauti, Vasti, Neti, Lauliki, Prataka and Kapal Bhati are the 6 cleansing practices that are called Shat Karma. Shat Karmani Samachare. So therefore, there are 6 practices. Lauti is for upper GIT, cleansing of the upper GIT, gastrointestinal tract. Vasti or Basti is for the lower GIT. Neti is for the frontal sides of the nasal, cleansing of the nasal passage. Nauli is for the recti muscles. Ratka is for the eyes, cleansing of the eyes, and especially the sensory organs. And Kapal Bhati is for the frontal sides. So these are the 6 important purificative processes explained. And here in Samhita, and again elaborate, there are 4 types of Bhati, various types of Vasti, Janiti, Sukhaviti, Navidor, Vataniti. Like this, there are so many types of nitis. Bhati, a series of cleansing techniques for, especially for the digestive system, for gastrointestinal tract. And Vasti, cleansing toning the large intestine, particularly also the small intestine. A process of cleansing and purifying the nasal passage is called neti. Massaging and strengthening the abdominal organs, especially the recti muscles, which are all located in the body. Breathing techniques for techniques, active inhalation, passive exhalation. Active exhalation and passive inhalation. So that process we are doing it just like a blacksmith blow to purify the respiratory tract, especially the sinus. It's known as Kapala. Kapala means the skull, body means to shine. Then intense breathing at one point or object to develop power concentration. That is called body. Therefore, Bhauti, Vasti, Neti, Nauli, Prataka, and Kapal Bhati are the Shat Karmas help to clean the internal organs of the body, especially the vital organs. The main purpose of Shat Karma is to detoxify the body physically and mentally. They help us to remain healthy. Shat Karma increase the vital capacity of the practitioner and creates harmony in the body and mind and prepare ones for further practice. These cleansing practices help the parts of the body facilitates free flow of energy. Whenever we do Shat Karma, we can feel the lightness. So there is a free flow of energy, resulting in increasing the awareness. Shat Karmas not only cleansing but also to develop the awareness. So Shat Karmas specifically increase the vital capacity of the lungs and also immunity power of the regular practitioners of yoga. They are designed for prevention of diseases, attainment of positive health, and also to live with harmony and freedom for all age groups. Shat Karma creates harmony in mind and body and prepares the aspirants for further practices. At Let's come to the Kapalbhati. Kapalbhati practice are good for activating frontal lobe, which is mentioned in Hatha Yoga as Kapala. That practice of Kapalbhati causes excess removal of carbon dioxide and builds up oxygen. The peripheral tissue of the brain, though we know brain is linked, more supply of oxygen causes optimum metabolism in the brain, which is otherwise called as shining of brain collateral words of the power. Comes to the Neti, popularly two types of Neti, Neti and Sutta Neti. So they used to desensitize this and develop a deeper internal awareness. Jal Neti helps in sinusitis and other conditions. Sutra Neti helps in desensitize the sensitive nerves, helps in the treating headache and brain also. And many of the migraine cases are treated by Sutra. The third one is Prataka. Practicing Prataka is using a candle flame or a jyoti, ghee, make the light to pass through the retino-hypothalamic tract, which affects the activation of supra Jesarthmic nucleus, which regulates the circadian rhythm. Any complication related to this nucleus, such as insomnia, can easily be eradicated by regular practice of Prataka. Prataka not only improves the eyesight, maintain the eye health, most importantly, helps in the management of insomnia or sleep. Dhauti is widely practiced Shat, which enhances the gastric secretion, including the pancreas, endocrine and exocrine functions. There are Vatradauti, Dandadauti, Kunjala, Vamana, and various types of things. But we prefer Vatradauti the first or Vamanadauti the next. Very easy practice, I am not going to explain because you all know the picture. This helps the practitioner cleans up the excess production of gastric glucose, helps in opening up the sphincter, inhibiting the excess gastric secretions, encouraging peristaltic movement or peristalsis. All these functions of gastrointestinal tract are achieved due to activation of vagus nerve. Whenever you do, your gases also have that impact, which is vital. The most important thing, which is one of the most topmost kriya among the Shatkarmas called Nauli. It only the recti muscles, but also it improves the vital, improve the functions of brain. Therefore, regular Nauli practice strengthens the secretions of gastric juice, including endocrine and exocrine functions of the pancreas. Nauli helps in improving the blood supply to the peripheral part of the stomach, as it increases the negative pressure within the abdominal cavity. Before doing the Nauli, you can do the Dhyana Bandha. Dhyana Bandha is also a diaphragmic lifting. Definitely it helps to improve the cardiorespiratory efficiency also. Last but not the least, Basti, not popularly practiced in many of the yoga schools, also cleans the large intestine by producing the positive pressure of air, the safe parts, and expel out the fecal matters by pushing the whole amount of air to the hands. Both Jala and Sthala Basti ensure healthy intestinal functions. The practice of Dhauti enhances the respiratory functions and was useful in digestive disorders. Nasal cleansing Neti was practiced found beneficial in managing the rhinosinusitis in age groups ranging from children to adults. I'm giving with some of the research findings published here in research journals. Trataka practice was found to enhance cognition and bring a state of relaxation, but there was no evidence supporting its role in the eye disorders. But I myself conducted the research in early 90s, 1990s, where it is very myopia can be effectively eliminated if it is in the beginner stage by the 3 months of regular practice of events. So at the same time, some of the very serious Prataka practices, which farming and Jatru Prataka, etc., will definitely improve the health of the eye and the eye functions. And widely practiced Kriya is Kapalbhati. Kapalbhati practice appeared to have a beneficial role in the activation of the sympathetic nervous system and enhance cognition and improve overall metabolism. So because it's not only activates sympathetic, but it also helps to balance after the cooling period. Therefore, when the different system of the body have been purified, the overall result is that energy can flow to the body freely. So one's capacity to work, think, digest, taste, feel, experience, etc. will increase, and greater awareness are being developed by the regular systematic practice of Shat karmas. Caution is they are not regular practices, they are periodical. Kapal Bhati may be every day in the beginning. Later on, I don't recommend Kapal Bhati to practice every day. So if you are living in a very healthy conditions, healthy living conditions. So at the same time, we are living in metros like Delhi, where Jaraniti, Ujala, etc. are advised. These ones are advisable. So therefore, the Shat karmas shall be used very diligently and to be practiced under the total guidance of very experienced teacher or therapist to get the maximum benefit of it. These keywords thank the organizer for providing the opportunity to share some of my views on Shat karmas. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Hind.
So since Dr. Ravi since Dr. Ravi Basawareddy is very busy engaging International Day of Yoga celebrations, he sent a video recorded. It's what we have now. Thanks to him for sending of this recorded video. Right now, yes, we have some time. We want to display Vastradhoti. Many of the practitioners and the teachers will speak on Vastradhoti, but coming to real practice, very few people can practice Vastradhoti. So there is a student from Academy of Yoga and Consciousness, Bhimli, many of students. Now we see his demo of Vastradhoti and Neti Kriyas. First Vastradhoti. The description of Vastradhoti in Atyapadipika. Chaturangala Vistaram Hastapanchadasayitam Siktam Vastram Sane Grasit Rupadishta Margena Siktam Vastram Sane Grasit Punah Pratyarena. The length of cloth, swearing cloth is according to tests 7 meters. is equal to length of our GIT, gastrointestinal tract from mouth to anus. So it is very, very useful, especially for skin disorders and other digestive disorders. There are some rules and regulations are there during practice, before practice, and after practice also. After practice is nothing but dietary restrictions. That day, when you did this Vasadavati, you have to strictly on pure vegetarian diet. That is only pulagam, green dal mixed with vegetables and rasam only. No other food should be consumed that day only. Even though this technique is introduced in the academic courses, but only in technique. Before practicing, first you must silence the mind. You must make your mind calm. So with the present mind, sitting in comfortable posture, you have to make efforts. Vaso Dauti or Vastra Dauti. In Kiran Samhita it is named as Vaso Dauti. Natyapadipika it was named as Vastra Dauti. చూడండి ఎంత తక్కువ సమయంలో ఆయన మింగారు. after swallowing the cloth, leaving 3-4 inches outside, you should not pull it out. Drink the 1 or 2 glasses of water so that the cloth will be diluted in the water. So you have to vomit out by using your fingers. You should not pull it out. Bయటికి లాగకూడదు క్లాత్ని. దిగిన తర్వాత నీటిలో గ్లాస్ 2 గ్లాస్ నీళ్ళు తాగితే ఆ నీళ్ళలో కలిసిపోద్ది. అప్పుడు మమనం చేసుకోవాలి. చేసుకున్నప్పుడు ఒకేసారి ముద్దలాగా బయటకు వస్తుంది. I see Setu Naidu, PE Diploma student, Academy of Content. Thank you. Next we watch Jala Sutra Neti. Neti Kriya variations. Sotram vitasti susnigdam आसानाळे प्रवेशेत् मुखा निर्गमयतेषा नेति कर्मतत्. Very soft, maybe tube or thread. आसानाळे प्रवेशेत्. Insert one end of the tube or thread into one nostril and getting it out through mouth. मुखा निर्गमय. ముక్కు ద్వారా లోపలికి పంపించి నోటి ద్వారా. After getting it out through the mouth, just holding both tips of the tube or thread and giving gentle massage up to nose and up to mouth, all directions, so that this practice can stimulate or activate the nadis, Ida and Pingala nadis, which are the base of Prana Shakti and Mano Shakti. Generally, maximum the students or practitioners can do Sotaneti, just sending through the nostril and they will get it out through the mouth. But sending to one nostril and getting it out to other nostril, that is difficult. It is advanced technique. Now you will watch it. అయినట్టున్నా ఎట్ట ప్రాబ్లం చూడు సార్ సార్ చూడు ఏం చూడాలి నెట్ బాగా లాస్ట్ ప్లే ఓకే తను కొంచెం టెక్నికల్గా వస్తుంది అరేంజ్ చేస్తున్నారు. మనకి ఈవినింగ్ మళ్ళీ 2 o'clock స్టార్ట్ అవుద్ది. తర్వాత 4 o'clock మనకి వాల్యుయేటరీ యూనివర్సిటీ రిజిస్ట్రార్ ప్రొఫెసర్ కృష్ణమోహన్ గారు, అట్లానే మన యూనివర్సిటీ డైరెక్టర్ ప్రొఫెసర్ సమతా మేడం, దే విల్ జాయిన్ యాజ్ ఎ గెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆనర్ అండ్ చీఫ్ గెస్ట్. అందువల్ల వాల్యుయేటరీ ఫంక్షన్ మాత్రం తప్పనిసరిగా అందరూ అటెండ్ కావాలి. I request all of you please attend valedictory function will be held at 4 p.m. today. అందువల్ల మీకు 2 గంటలకు ఇప్పుడు జస్ట్ ఇంకొంచెం 1 minute జస్ట్ వెయిట్ చేయండి. జస్ట్ హీ ఈస్ అరేంజింగ్ ఫర్ దట్ ఈవినింగ్. షేర్ చేస్తాను. సార్ సూత్రనేతి జస్ట్ ఫ్యూ సెకండ్స్ అయిపోవాలన్నమాట అంతే. కొంతమంది దగ్గుతారు, తుమ్ముతారు, కళ్ళ నీళ్ళు వస్తుంటే అంతే అక్కడ రావాలి. ఆ విధంగా నెట్ బాగున్నాను, సూర్యకుమార్ నెట్ బాగున్నాను.
Open.
అవుతుందా సార్? ఇన్సెట్ చేయగానే వెంటనే రావాలి నోట్లో. సో గివింగ్ జెంటిల్ మసాజ్ టు మౌత్ అండ్ nose. Finally, I have to bring it out to the mouth only. ఫిజియలాజికల్ గా nasal cavity clean అవుతుంది. Good for sinus problems, and spiritual గా it helps to awaken the Ajna chakra. చూడండి, ఒకే దాన్ని రెండో వైపు నుంచి ఇన్సర్టింగ్ టు one nostril, taking it out to other nostril. చూడండి, ఆ రెండింటిని కొంతమంది రెండు ఉపయోగిస్తారు, ఒకటి తను ఒకటి ఉపయోగించేస్తున్నారు. అట్లా క్లోజ్అప్ లో చూడండి. So the variation. Now today morning session, I think we conclude the morning session. And next we meet again at what time? 2 o'clock. Some evening 3 talks are there by Dr. R. Lakshmi Narayana from Tirupati and Dr. Tulsi Rao from our department and Dr. K. Taraka Ramarao from Ambedkar University. So after these 3 talks evening at 4 o'clock, we have validity function. Our Honorable Rector Sir and Krishna Sir will attend. Now we close the session. Yeah. Okay. If you wait to 5 minutes though, in a Grand Samhita, in Kapalabhati, 3 types are described: Vatakrama, Vitkrama, Sitkrama. Vatkrama means nothing but forceful alternative breathing, and Vitkrama, Sitkrama, that means drink the water to the nose and leaving to the mouth. And another one is drink the water to the mouth and leaving the nose. Drink the water to the nose, leaving mouth. Opposite. So you can also watch these 2 techniques, Vatkrama and Sitkrama. These are very advanced techniques. So now he is drinking the water to the nose and leaving the water to the mouth. Vitkrama. ముక్కు ద్వారా నీళ్లు తాగి నోటి ద్వారా వదలటం. By Appalnaidu, Principal of Academy and Yoga Consciousness, Bhimili, Yoga College. Sitkrama. నోటి ద్వారా తాగి ముక్కు ద్వారా వదలడం. ఆల్రెడీ నీళ్ళు తాగారు, వాటిని ముక్కు ద్వారా drink the water to the mouth and leaving the water to the nose. That is Sitkrama. And by watching this video, don't try yourself. It should be done under the expert guidance only. ఈ బయటకు రావు నీళ్ళు, మీకు కళ్ళలో వెళ్ళిపోతే బుర్రలోకి చెవుల్లోకి. అందువల్ల మీకు దీన్ని చూసి చేయకండి మీరు. ఇంకేం
జల్దవుతి
అమరదవుతి జల్దవుతి ఇంకో
జల్నైతే చేస్తాం.
చక్కగా దౌతి జలదౌతి వమనదౌతి కూడా ఫోర్స్ గా రావాలి నీళ్లు. కొంతమంది ఏది కక్కినట్టు వస్తుంటాయి, కక్కినట్టు రావాలి నీళ్ళు, ఫోర్స్ గా రావాలి. The water should come to other nostril only. అట్లా ధారగా రావాలి. చాలా మంది కక్కినట్టుగా కొంచెం పడుతూ ఉంటాయి, బట్టల మీద పడుతుంది. అట్లా కాకుండా చక్కగా కంటిన్యూస్ గా రావాలి, ఫ్లో అట్లా ఉండాలి. మన డిపార్ట్మెంట్ నుంచి కూడా బాగా చేస్తారు, కాకపోతే వాళ్ళు ఆ కాలేజీ కూడా ఇన్వాల్వ్ చేద్దాం అని చెప్పి మనం కొన్ని టెక్నిక్స్ మనం చేయలేనివి మనం చేయగలిగి కొన్ని తయారు చేస్తాం. Everybody can speak on Kriyas and the benefits. But in this practice is different from giving speech. The people who can self-experience or practical experience only, they know the real benefits of Kriyas. నెక్స్ట్ వమన దౌతి, దీన్నే జలదౌతి అంటారు. అట్లానే కుంజలి క్రియ, ఇట్స్ ఆల్సో నేమ్డ్ యాజ్ కుంజలి క్రియ, వమన దౌతి ఆర్ జలదౌతి. వాషింగ్ ద interior portion of the stomach with lukewarm water in early morning. So, sitting in squatting position, drinking 8 to 10 glasses of water, filling the stomach and throat maximum. So, stomach should fill up, maximum fill water. ఎన్ని ఎక్కువ నీళ్ళు తాగితే అంత మీకు ఫోర్స్గా వస్తే నీళ్ళు మ్యాక్సిమం క్లీన్ అవుతుంది స్టమక్. కొంతమంది గ్లాస్ తాగి నీళ్ళు రావు, వామిటింగ్. ఎన్ని నీళ్ళు ఎక్కువ తాగితే మీ ప్రకాశం పెట్టి నీళ్ళు కూడా ఫోర్స్గా వస్తాయి. So, follow the dietary రూల్స్ అండ్ రెగ్యులేషన్స్, ఆహార నియమాలు ఉంటాయి. కాబట్టి మీకు తెలుసు, మీకు ప్రాక్టీషనర్స్కి పొలగం అని చెప్పి ఆహారం మాత్రమే తీసుకోవాలి చేసిన రోజు. ఇవి చేసి చక్కగా మామూలుగా ఆహారం తీసుకున్నారంటే హాస్పిటల్లో కూర్చుంటారు అందరూ. ఇవి మాత్రం చేసినప్పుడు మాత్రం తప్పనిసరిగా మీకు ఏ ఆహారం చెప్తారో ఆ పొలగం ఆ ఒక్కరోజు మాత్రం తప్పనిసరిగా ఫాలో అవ్వాలి. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ ఫర్ వాచింగ్ దిస్ క్రియాస్ ప్రాక్టికల్లీ. సో నౌ we rejoin. We meet again at exactly 2 o'clock. I request all the participants to attend and participate till end of the session, till end of the valedictory function. Thank you very much.
మాస్టర్ చాలా బాగున్నాయండి సెషన్స్. ఒక వెంకటరెడ్డి గారిదే కొంచెం వాయిస్ ఇబ్బంది పెట్టింది స్పీచ్, అది కొంచెం రీసౌండ్ ఎక్కువ వచ్చినట్టు అనిపించింది అంతే. మళ్ళీ 2 గంటలకి జాయిన్ అవుతారు సార్.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, welcome to all participants of national webinar to the evening session. Today, the evening session, in the evening session, 3 experts are there: Dr. R. Lakshmi Narayana, and Dr. R. Tulsi Rao, and Dr. Taraka Rama Rao. Among them, the first one is Dr. R. Lakshmi Narayana. I think he is online. Welcome to Dr. R. Lakshmi Narayana Garu. Yes, now I invite Dr. Lakshmi Narayana, Head Department of Yoga, National Sanskrit University, Central University, Tirupati. His topic is on preventive and curative aspects of Shat Kriyas. Now I request Ramya, please read Dr. R. Lakshmi Narayana's profile.
Good afternoon, one and all. Welcome back to the afternoon session. Let us start our afternoon session with Dr. R. Lakshmi Narayana Garu, Head of the Department of Yoga Vijnana, National Sanskrit University, Tirupati. Has done his MSc in Yoga and Naturopathy, MPhil and PhD, and also in MA English, PGD in Yoga Vijnana. He has delivered a number of lectures and has participated as resource person in 12 lectures, and he has published 2 books and published 9 articles, presented 8 papers, national and international and state level, has been working as assistant professor in the National Sanskrit University, and he also served as a guest lecturer in Rashtriya Sanskrit Vidyapith for 13 years. He held different positions as the head of the department and member of Board of Studies for Andhra University and member of BOS for National Sanskrit University, Tirupati, course coordinator for PhD Diploma in Yoga Vijnana, convener for online yoga programs, etc. And he is specialized in yoga, general yoga training and yoga therapy. Thank you for.
Now I invite Dr. R. Lakshmi Narayana Garu. Please deliver a talk on your topic.
Namaskaram, sir. Shubhodayam. My voice is audible, sir?
Preventive and curative aspects of Shat Kriyas. Please.
My voice is audible, sir? My voice is audible, sir?
ఆడిబుల్ సార్ కానీ ఇంకో సోర్స్ లో వస్తుంది మీది వాయిస్ ఒక దాంట్లో వస్తుంది
అవును సార్ బికాస్ ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు షేర్ ద స్లైడ్ త్రూ ల్యాప్టాప్ రైట్ సార్ రైట్ సార్ ఓం శ్రీ గురుభ్యో నమః సదాశివ సమారంభం కృష్ణమాచార్య మధ్యమం అస్మదాచార్య పర్యంతం వందే గురు పరంపరాం. At the outset, I am thankful to all the organizers of today's webinar, particularly the chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir of Andhra University, Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy Sir, respected guest of honor, Professor P. Rajendra Kumar Sir, Principal of College of Arts and Commerce, Andhra University, Honorary Director and Convener, Professor OSRU Bhanukumar Sir, and most revered Organizing Secretary, Dr. K. Ramesh Babu Sir, Head of the Department of Yoga and Consciousness. I am very much thankful to giving this opportunity to present a lecture on this webinar. I pronounce to all the previous speakers, Purveshamapi Guru, who gave their valuable lectures on this dais. And thanks to all the participants and the listeners of this webinar. Good afternoon to one and all. My topic is preventive and curative aspects of Shat Kriyas. Right. 1 second, sir. Just it's changing. proceed this way. Right, sir. Before discussing the Shat Kriyas, the role and importance, just in brief, what is the purpose of life? According to Vedanta and Indian spirituality, the purpose of life, the Indian purpose is very noble because India is the Vishwaguru. The practical method of leading a life as per the yoga perception, life is purposeful, useful, and noble. This is the main means of your life according to yoga. That is the reason dharmartha kama mokshaha chaturvida purushardaha. No doubt, to lead this and to attain this purpose, body must be strong and healthy. Sharira madhyamam kalu dharma sadhanam. Body must be healthy and strong. Then what is the health according to the Indian perception? That is the Indian science, Ayurvedam. Both the Shishruta and Vagbata are insisting swastha means, this is the most popular definition which is accepted by the WHO also. Samadosha samadhischa samadatu malakriyaha prasannatmendriya manaha swastha ityavadiyate. When we see this sloka, the first line deals with the physiological components. That is dosha, agni, dhatu, mala, kriya, tridoshas, saptadhatus, trimalas, trayodasha agnis. All the physiological components must be sama, balanced. Then only it promotes the internal components like the Atma, Indriya, Manas. So sense organs, mind, and including the Atma becomes prasannam, quiet and calm. There is a proverb in English, a sound mind in a sound body, a healthy mind mostly in a healthy body. So trying to keep and quiet the physiological components must be balanced, which is the target of yoga, particularly Shat Kriyas. But unfortunately, what happens due to the modern lifestyle, we are now able to enjoy the proper good health. No doubt, health in relation to other concepts living is often neglected today. No doubt, health is wealth. But unfortunately, as we are running behind the health, neglecting the health. Running behind the wealth, neglecting the health. Finally, where we are going to lose everything. So, it is very easy to discuss the rise of diseases medically. But to look at the problem is a holistic manner is important, which is possible by the yogic approach alone. This is the reason yesterday one of the delegate, Madam Nagaratna Madam, is insisting IAT, integrated approach of yoga therapy. As we are looking the problem with the integrated approach where the components are available in yoga. So statistical studies have shown that the more affluent to the lifestyle, the greater the incidence of certain diseases which are called as psychosomatic diseases due to sedentary lifestyle. Nowadays, most of the professions and fields, jobs are sedentary lifestyle only. When we think about our past, that is our ancestors or the grandparents, they are living in the higher levels of physical activity. Every job demanded a lot of physical effort. So they are healthy. So in getting the health is not commodity to purchase in the market, which is not available materially or externally. It has to be earned hard way by trying to get every cell in our body under our control. Sadhyate sadhanat sadhyam. In this aspect, therapeutic yoga is a clinical application for the science of Hatha Yoga, which is for various medical disorders. There are radical methods in yoga too for curing diseases. These are known as particularly cleansing techniques. Really, it is a wonderful title selected by the Ramesh Babu sir. The reason in India and even Western countries, yoga means it is more popularized with the other components like asana, pranayama, meditation, no doubt. But one of the wonderful component of Shat Kriyas which is neglected in practical social life. Most of the institutions and university also neglecting this area. By this webinar, I thought that it is going to be more popular where it is bringing to the practical utility of everyone. Before that, understanding Sharira according to Ayurveda to know the importance and impact of the three doshas on the body, health and ill health. Doshatmaka Sharira. Yoga also reflects Ayurvedic physiological view based on the concepts of functional humors. Yajnavalkya also refers the same, that is, body division is based on the Vata, Pitta and Kapha. These three doshas have their own place and functions in the body. Any little imbalance taking place in this, that leads to disorder. So when we see, there are some special areas in our body where each dosha is predominant and look after the proper function. Vata dosha, that is taking place in the lower part of the body, below the navel. So it is not changing. Pitta dosha, that is taking part of the center of the body, that is from below the chest to above the navel. And the kapha dosha, which is taking place above the chest. The slide is not changed. The top portion of the body, still it is not changed. So the functions of each organ in the body are to be organized by all three doshas. They have their own places. No. They have their own functions regarding this. According to Ayurveda, these imbalance of doshas due to indigestion of incompatible food. Stomach is the entrance for the most of the disorders. The Ayurveda insisting imbalance of Vata doshas, nearly 80 diseases, lead to 80 number of diseases. Imbalance of Pitta dosha leads to 40 varieties of diseases. Imbalance of Kapha dosha also causes arising 20 types of diseases. Yajnavalkya states that it is possible to maintain the equilibrium state. Doshas through the practice of yoga, particularly with the help of pranayama and Shat Kriyas. Just in brief, according to Ayurveda, Vata dosha and its physiological functions. Vata dosha and its corresponding functions, vital breath, mind and senses and their related functions. Upward breathing, facial glow, erection, etc. Intestine peristaltic movements and nutrients absorptions. Colon, kidney, water balance and nutrients. All over the skin, these functions are looked after by the Vata dosha. In the same way, Pitta dosha, which is placed in the stomach cavity, that it look after the functions like the stomach and its digestion, the vital organs functions like the liver, bile and blood, the sense organs like the eyes and the retina, heart subtle quality, skin pigmentation, all these are under the functions of the Pitta dosha. And the next to last one, Kapha dosha, and its functions are stomach and mucus, lungs and trachea, mouth and pharynx, cerebrospinal fluid, most of the joints, connective tissues. As the Sutraniti, one of the Kriya is insisting regarding this. Jatrurdva Jaturogayam Netirasu Nihanticha. When Sutraniti is addressing Jatru, the chest bone, clavicle bone, it is going to be avoid most of the disorders places. So, Kapha, these are the places. All these three doshas and their corresponding functions are going to be disorder, which leads to diseases when they are vitiated of dosha. Then what is the role of Shat Kriyas in maintaining balance? Hatha Yoga, first of all, take care of the body and purify the 6 methods called as Shat Kriyas. When we see most of the Hatha Yogas are starting with the Kriyas. The Garanda Samhita straight away starts with Gata Yoga. Shodhanam starts with the purification. Hatha Yoga Pradipika is also insisting the Shat Kriyas first before pranayama, mudra, bandha. So giving importance to the body and its health before entering into the advanced practices like pranayama and meditation, mudra, bandha, etc. So just as a mission produces waste like that of our body continuously producing biological waste, which are called as trimalas, mutra, purisha, sweda, urine, stools and sweat. When these are not properly eliminated, neglected, accumulated, not only it leads to the diseases, there is a scope for jara, old age. Physical aging and biological aging are of two different aspects. If the physical body isn't clean, then it brings physical aging. Shat Kriyas particularly helps to retard, slow down this physical aging, helps to maintain biological aging. This is the reason in most of the cases and references of Hata Yoga Pradipika, Jara Marana Nashana, Jara Marana Nashana, slow down, minimizing the speed of aging, the process of aging by the practicing of all Hatha Yoga components, including Shat Kriyas. If he cleans the body internally from the time to time, the excess of these three metabolic products are removed, then perfect health can be attained. This is the reason our ancient gurus were lived hundreds of years. There is one reference in Shvetashvatar Upanishad. What are the basic symptoms comes out by the intervention of yoga means. Lagutvam, Arogyam, Alolupatvam, Swarasaustavancha. The similar quotation is there in Hata Yoga Pradipika. Vapukrushatvam, Vadane Prasannata, Nadasputatvam, Nayaneshu Nirmale, Arogata, Bindu, Jayogni Deepanam, Nadi Vishuddhi, Hata Siddhi Lakshanam. When we are commencing the yoga with all the practices like Kriyas, Asanas and Pranayama, the basic outcome is eliminating the impurities and preserving the good health and longevity, which is possible by the Shat Kriyas. So, first we think regarding preventive aspects of Shat Kriyas, where it's mentioned in most of the texts. One of the best texts of Hatha Yoga, that is Hatratnavali, is insisting, Abhyasa Kale Pradhame Nishishchanti Kafadayaha Akarya Karma Bhavena Bhavishyanti Akilamayaha. Abhyasa Kale Pradhame, the beginner has to eliminate the excess kapha first. Otherwise, Akarya Karma Bhavena Bhavishyanti Akilamaya. Otherwise, we are inviting the unnecessary diseases and more kapha prominent diseases. So, body must be purified before commencing the practices like pranayama, mudra, bandha, etc. If you are not eliminated properly, the particularly kapha dosha, Nishishchanti Kafadaya, we are inviting unwanted diseases. Just for example, suppose already we are having the sinusitis or any excess kapha or mucus. Suppose ignorantly we are starting Bastrika or Kapalabhati, which are more popular in the society. Definitely we are going to face the trouble with the gastric problem or headache or vertigo and etc. When the free nostrils are free flow of air is not possible in the nostril, we are not supposed to do advanced pranayama or kapalabhati. So this is an instruction. Let us eliminate the impurities, particularly kapha dosha, to avoid the complications. And coming to the next one, the same Hatha Yoga Pradipika is insisting, Meda Sleshmadika Purvam Shatkarmani Samacharet. Slide is not changed. Anyastu Nacharetani Doshanam Samabhavataha. So before commencing the advanced practices like pranayama, mudra, bandha, eliminating this imbalance of three doshas. Doshas must be balanced. Otherwise, we are not going to progress in the practice of yoga. Sir, slide is changed or stable, sir?
Changing, sir.
Okay, madam. Thank you.
Yes.
So, Hatha Yoga Pradipika also insisting the importance of cleansing the body, particularly maintaining the three doshas balance. This is the preventive aspect to stop or avoid the unnecessary diseases. The same another reference is there in the Gairanda Samhita. It is mentioning Amakumbam Ivam Basto Jiryamanaha Sadagati Yoga Analena Sandahya Gatasuddhim Samacharet. The wonderful comparison. Amakumbam Ivam Basto Jiryamana Sadagati. We cannot imagine a mud pot which is not baked can use normally. A mud pot which is not baked, we cannot imagine that water is able to store or we can carry. It is going to be dissolved and damaged. So it must be baked properly after its finishing. Then only we can use for all our day-to-day purpose. In the same way, yoga analena sandahya gatasuddhim samacharet. Yoga also can prepare our body by gatashuddhihi, by eliminating the impurities, toxins, unwanted matter in the form of trimalas, and trying to keep the balance of the tridoshas, and the body is prepared for the next advanced sadhana. So, yoga analena sandahya, yoga agni, which is produced by the practice of pranayama and kriyas. Take an example of Bastrika Pranayama, Kapalabhati, Agnisara. What kind of fire is increased, which prevent the diseases and which balance the tridoshas. So Geren Samhita is insisting a comparison of mud part. If it is properly baked, it is useful for day-to-day activities. If it is not baked, it will damage. In the same way, body is completely eliminated by the impurities and maintaining the balance of equilibrium state, then it is prepared for the progress of other antaranga sadhana of mudra bandha, etc. And the same Shiva Yoga Deepika also insisting the same. Sharira kafanashena sustairyam yati nishchitam. These are all the preventive aspects that we must know. What is the need of Shatkriyas by eliminating the imbalance of dosha or any impurities before commencing mainstream of yoga. Shariram kafanashena sustairyam yati nishchitam. Sa kafo hatayogena vinashayati sariranam. So by eliminating the kapha dosha, body becomes healthy. There is one specific kriya which is going to be eliminated as mentioned, kapala bhatir vikyata, kapha dosha vishoni. So excess kapha is eliminated by the yoga, that is Shatkriya. Then only it is going to be proper promotion of the practice and health. By eliminating kapha dosha, body becomes healthy. For this elimination of kapha dosha, Shatkriyas are more important. Then what are the Shatkriyas? It is very familiar to all of us. Dautir basti neti tratakam naulikam tada kapala bhatis chetani shatkarmani prachakshite. This is the mentioned in the Hastaya Pradipika. When we see this kind of design, approach, is not possible in any other method, because this yoga and particularly Shatkriyas or etc. is not man-made things. This is by the divine creation, so it has no any limitation. Can we see or observe any approach or method is going to be treat the body from the all inlets and outlets, as we called as Navarandras? All the passages are taking care with the specific methods which are called as the Shatkriyas. This approach, this ideology, method is not possible in any method, any approach, any Shastra. So this is the creation and vision of God. So Dauti, which is taking care of the entire alimentary canal from mouth to the anus, Dauti and Basti, upper digestive tract and lower digestive tract, whereas Neti is taking cleansing of the entire respiratory tract from external nose to the alveoli, the lungs end portion. Trataka, which is taking care of the entire eyes and its elimination of the impaired vision. Nauli, which is taking part in the middle portion of the body, that is stomach, digestion, absorption, assimilation by increasing its fire. Kapalabhati, which is taking care of the kapalam by eliminating the excess kapha. So almost all inlets and outlets of the body is thoroughly trained, purified, treated with these approaches. So these are the Shatkriyas, where is their practice and their location. But as per the text, we must practice according to its specifications. But unfortunately, some people are practicing the tube instead of the thread, which is not working or giving the results as by the mentioned by the text. Jalaneti, Sutraneti, where if you are using sutra, it is called as yogic surgery. In medical journal, they mentioned as the yogic surgery, because the most of the nostril disorders like the polyps, septum deviation are completely eliminated by the Sutraneti, like the thread only, not by the tube. It gives some benefit, but not the accurate benefit which is mentioned in the text. Just like that, Vastradauti, which is taking care of this mouth to the stomach, upper digestive tract. Basti, which is taking care of the lower digestive tract from rectum to the colon. Trataka, which is eliminating the impaired vision. So these are the traditional kriyas where we can gain this information, knowledge, training, everything from the authentic text and gurus. Then coming to the curative aspect of Shat kriyas. It is, yes. Here I am going to mention Neti. One is Jalaneti, another one is Sutra Neti. If you practice Neti with the thread only, you are gaining the maximum effect of what they mentioned in the text. That is, Kapala Shodini Chaiva Divya Drushti Pradayani Jatrurdva Jatu Rogaigam Neti Rasu Nihanticha. I am showing you an evidence. In the beginning of the pandemic, the first wave, Ailments doctors, All India Institute of Medical Science, they are display the Jalaneti, demonstrated the Jalaneti, and they confirmed that though we are in the treatment of COVID patients, we are not affected with any of these COVID symptoms. This is the impact of Jalaneti over the practitioners. These news came in most of the national newspapers like Hindu and the TV channels, etc. And the text is insisting, by doing this, Kapala Shodini Chaiva Dividishti Pradani, the entire skull, frontal portion of the brain is going to be purified by eliminating the excess kapha. Another important reference from the text, Jatrurdva Jatu Rogaigam Neti Rasu Nihanticha. Jatru is addressing the clavicle bone. Whatever the disorders taking place above the clavicle bone is going to be eliminated completely by Jalaneti and Shutraneti. There is some issues where they have no any treatment, including the allopathy. One is another one, migraine. Is there any treatment where the medicine is just subside the symptom and giving more side effects? The people who are using years of medicine for migraine, they alone know what are the symptoms, side effects of the medicine. But the one and only procedure to eliminate completely, the simplest technique of Jalaneti and Sutraneti. So whatever the respiratory disorders like the simple cold cough to the chronic asthma and varieties of allergies, including the migraine, all are going to be addressed, purely eliminated with the one and only Jalaneti and Shutraneti. If you are practicing properly, Guru Upadishta Margena, this is very, very important. As the text said, these are simple, where in the beginning a little complex things must train properly by the guidance of the Guru only. Then coming to the Dauti. Vamana Dauti, Vastra Dauti. Vamana Dauti with water, Vastra Dauti with cloth, where the cloth is 15 foot distance, that is approximately. By swallowing and vomiting the water, method is not important. Just let us focus on the benefits they mentioned. Kasha Shwasa Pliha Kustam Kaparogamsha Vimshatihi. Previously, Ayurveda Shastra is insisting where the kapha is excess, 80 disorders. Pitta is excess, 40 disorders. Vata is excess, 20 disorders takes place. So here the Hataya Pradip is insisting Kaparogamsha Vimshatihi. 20 varieties of kapados are simply eliminated by practice of Vamanadauti. Vastradauti. So Kasha Shvisa Pliha Kustam, cough, asthma, disease of the vital organs like the spleen, and the chronic leprosy and the excess mucus is eliminated by the practice of Dauti. Dauti karma prabhavena prayantyeva nashamshayaha. Definitely, it is not a miracle and it is not a exaggeration. Those who are practicing, they are definitely experiencing this thing. Next one is Kapalabhati, which is more popularized by the Guru of Ramdev Baba, who popularized this and its varieties. And the reference Kapalabhatir Vikyata Kapadosha Vishoshini. Kapha is placed in the most of the respiratory tract and including the joints. Wherever the excess kapha is there, they are going to suffer with the multiple disorders. These are all going to be eliminated when you are practicing Kapalabhati as per the specifications of the text. not by 2 minutes or 3 minutes. As the text mentioned, we have to practice the same time and number we are going to eliminate. Then coming to the Pitta and Vata disorders. Yoga is, these Shakriyas are not confining to one. Maybe it is working in all varieties of disorders. Some Kriyas are focusing more on the each disorder. So this is one of the wonderful practice, Basti, which is taking care of the eliminating the impurities or disorders taking place in the lower digestive tract. Gulma plihodaram chapi vata fittam kapodbhavaha basti karma prabhavena kshiyante sakalamayaha. By practicing this basti, whatever the disorders taking place is going to be eliminated. Let us see. By the practice, gulma, pliha, the enlargement of the vital organs, glands and spleen, udara, stomach disorders are cured. All diseases arising from the excess of wind and bile, vata and pitta, that is going to be treated with the basti, including phlegm, that is kapam, are cured by the increasing appetite. These are the scope of Shakriyas, particularly basti. And the last one is Nauli. One of the advanced Nauli Siddho Prachakshate. Nauli can be practiced by the advanced sadhakas. Mandagni Sandipana Pachanadi Sandeepa Kananda Kari Sadaiva Ashesha Dosha Ashena Hatakriya Mauli Riyancha Naulihi. Mandagni Sandapana Pachanadi Sandapi Kananda Kari Sadaiva Ashesha Dosha Mayashushinicha Hatakriya Mauli Riyancha Naulihi. This is one of the technique, advanced technique, where it is helps for eliminating most of the digestive disorders by increasing the appetite. The digestive power will improve, appetite will improve. There is no question of indigestion, gastric problems and acidity, and it eliminates the lower digestive disorders like the constipation, piles, fistula. So they mentioned as Nauli Siddho Prachakshate. Nauli can be practiced by the advanced practitioners. So these are the preventive, curative aspects of Shatkriyas. But one humble request for all of us is, don't try of your own. Guru Upadishta Margena, try and train in front of the master, and whatever the difficulties are overcome, then you can try of your own. This is the instruction by the text itself and the holy masters in the field of yoga. Thank you, sir. Thank you. This is my presentation regarding the preventive curative aspects of Shatkriyas. I think I follow the time, right?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. R. Lakshminarayan garu, very excellent presentation, quotating from especially classical yoga texts. Because as you are a Sanskrit scholar,
Yes, sir. We are having some.
as you are a Sanskrit scholar, you are a Sanskrit scholar, you are what is this? So thank you very much. Also, you are running MA courses and postgraduate courses. So, as the teacher of those courses, also you have vast knowledge in teaching. I think you are also self-practicing. That's why you have command this subject to teach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dhanyawad.
Next, in the evening session, next expert of 5, Dr. R. Rao. Are you audible? Ready,
sir. Clear.
Okay, వినపడుతుంది అందరికీ? Okay.
చూడమని సార్.
Now audible? లేదా?
వినపడుతుంది సార్, క్లియర్ గానే ఉంది.
Okay. ఇప్పుడు
మాస్టర్ వినిపిస్తుంది, క్లియర్ గా వినిపిస్తుంది.
లేదండి సరే నాకు వస్తాను.
Disconnected. Now, Murali Krishna, audible?
క్లియర్ సార్, చాలా క్లియర్ గా ఉంది సార్, ఆడిబుల్.
మురళీ కృష్ణ గారు వినపడుతుందా?
వినపడుతుంది సార్, వినపడుతుంది, క్లియర్ గా ఉంది.
Now that in the evening session, the next expert talk by Dr. R. Prasirao. He is our faculty, working as a assistant professor. Basically, he is a naturopathy consultant, again BNYS. After that, he completed MA philosophy and did PhD also. He has vast knowledge in naturopathy as well as yoga, because he did both courses, naturopathy and yoga. He was awarded medical degree of Bachelor of Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences from NTR University of Health Sciences and MA Philosophy from Andhra University. And he has postgrad diploma in acupuncture from Andhra University. He is author of 4 books. He has published more than 15 papers in both national and international journals. He is one of the leading naturopathy doctor in Andhra Pradesh as well as in South India also. Now I invite Dr. Professor Rao. Please give a talk on the topic on the role of Kshatriya in lifestyle disasters.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Tulsi Rao. Today, mainly, I want to discuss about role of Shat karmas in management of lifestyle disorders. Lifestyle disorders are ailments primarily based upon day-to-day life and habits also. You know, everyone needs quality of life, not a quantity of life. So here, a vital organ in equilibrium. Shat karmas are physical cleansing process. Usually in our body, we have the toxins. Nothing but accumulation of some unwanted material in our system or body. That is the major cause for the various diseases and disorders. You know, Sariram Vyadhena Graham, our body itself have full of diseases. In yoga, in Hatha Yoga, we have so many components. So one of the major component is a Kriyas, Sat Kriyas. Sat karmas are six physical cleansing process help to keep the internal body clean by removing the residual waste material from the body. The internal organs free from the accumulated waste materials are unable to function efficiently and thus they become free from disease. Six actions, what we say that is called Sat karmas. Neti, Dauti, Nauli, Basti, Kapalabhati, Krataka. Each component itself have so much medical benefits. Neti usually we are using in ENT. Dauti we are using in gastrointestinal. Nauli also. Basti also same. Kapalabhati we are used in some pulmonary disorders. Krataka. Lifestyle diseases. Here we are facing some important lifestyle diseases, or one is the constipation, hyperacidity, IBS, diabetes mellitus, sinusitis. So constipation is the major root cause for all the diseases. That means accumulation of this fecal matter in the large intestine, that is the root cause for all the diseases. Here, first of all, you have to remove this accumulation of the toxin in large intestine, that is called the detoxification. So here, if you neglect, further it lead to sometime colon cancer. Sometime it lead to the colon cancer. When detect colon cancer, his life is over. There is no any treatment. In stage 1 or stage 2, we have some treatment, but when the person affected the colon cancer, there is no chance to live. So second, usually we are facing another problem is hemorrhoids, piles, long run constipation, further or strong fecal matter, hard fecal matter, further it lead to some hemorrhoids, piles, what simply. So usually here we are using some laxatives, that is a Delcolax tablets. This Delcolax tablet is directly effect on the nerve system. It stimulates the nerve system and increase the peristalsis movement in large gut. When they increase the peristaltic movement forcefully, that is artificially, we are giving the stimulation to the nerve system. So in our system in yoga, Lagu Shanka Prakshalana act as a laxative, natural laxative. When you drink the water, suppose if you want to practice Lagu Shanka Prakshalana, somebody having the little bit of constipation, you have to practice regular, there is no problem. So whereas if you want to measure Shanka Prakshalana, you have to practice once in a month like that. Here, simply you have to drink the water, plain water. When you drink the water, 8% of the water will be directly reach into the large intestine. Then you have to start this 5 sequence of asanas. Shanka Prakshalana asanas, step by step. Again, you have to drink another glass of water. Again, you have to follow the same pattern. So then you have to follow some fiber-rich food. So Shanka Prakshalana, that's one part. Another one part is your diet. Ahara chara chestasu sukarjite parampaitana matichena buddhiman vitasevane. So here food is an image of supreme divinity in Vedic time also. Father of the modern medicine, Hippocrates also proclaimed in those days, your food shall be your medicine shall be your food. Without strict dieting, what is the use of the medicine? With strict dieting, there is no use of any medication. So here, food plays a vital role. Ahara vihara vaidya, any type of disease or disorder, when entering into your body, first you have to concentrate on the food. So here, according to your disease, according to your ailment, you have to choose the food. Here, more fiber food. We have in the soluble fiber, insoluble fiber. You have to take the more this type of soluble fiber. Then you have to follow the movement. Nauli Kriya, Nauli, Majjama Lauli. When you are practicing Majjama Nauli, it impact on rectus abdominal muscles. When impact on rectus abdominal muscles, inner side of we have the vital organ, large intestine. These are all. That means it will help to peristalsis. So automatically this stool will be slowly forward towards the bowel location. Next, another lifestyle disorder or we are facing hyperacidity. When the person having the hyperacidity, we are searching for the gastroenterologist, we are searching for the general medicine, etc. Simply you have to practice these things, automatically you can cure yourself within 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So here today anger sufferers may find that peptic ulcer disease PUD is strongly related to lifestyle disease due to use of painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, smoking, chewing of tobacco, excess acid production. These are major cause. Stress is another cause. So the person having the hyperacidity, automatically further it leads to the ulcers. Sometimes we are having the ulcer in the stomach. Sometimes we are having the ulcer in the duodenum. If we neglect, further it lead to the cancer. So initially, our body itself gives the signals. Then we have to aware. Disease is a dead matter. Disease never embraces you. You embrace the disease. So realize yourself, leave the disease. So simply, this is on a case. So ulcers, sometimes we are having the esophagitis, ulcers, peptic ulcers, upper stomach, upper part of the small intestine called the duodenum. Ulcer in the stomach also called the stomach ulcers or gastric ulcer. Those in the duodenum also called the duodenal ulcers. So this is a case. It's also having the irregular food habits, irregular dinacharya. Further, completely is a digestive system is out of station. His appetite is complete out of station. There is no chance to intake of food. So is all the muscles you have to observe. All the muscle become an anorexic condition, automatically atropic condition. Then, yeah, this is another case. This is also another case due to overstress. There is appetite completely lost. Our skin become a completely dark in color. Simply, you have to follow this pattern. This is the modality of the treatment. So simply, you have to practice the Jaladhauti. You have to remove the toxins from the stomach, esophagus. So then you have to, if you suppose it was your problem is severe, you have to practice alternate day. Otherwise, you have to practice this type of prakriya once in 15. That otherwise, if esophageal sphincter will be loose, again the food will be regurgitation to the mouth. Then simply you have to follow the wheatgrass juice. It's a highly alkaline juice containing all type of vitamins. So this juice not only regulate your acids based balance in the blood, it is also prevent the cancer because this wheatgrass having the rich vitamin A as well as chlorophyll. Then another alkaline, if wheatgrass is not possible, better to take carrot juice. This is another alkaline. These two items better to take in the early morning. When you take this, this beverage will directly enter into the blood. It regulates the acid pH balance. Then you have to take every alternate hours intake of more water. At least per day, you have to take at least 3 to 4 liter of waters. So then you have to design your food along with that Vamanadoti. After that, you have to design your food. Breakfast, you have to take a alkaline diet completely, that is raw salads. Lunch, you have to take the semi-alkaline diet, alkaline food as well as semi-alkaline diet, that is curd rice. Along with curd rice, you have to put some pomegranate seeds. Dinner, same. Then simply in naturopathy, we are applying some mud pack below the navel. Otherwise, your entire stomach, you have to apply the mud pack. This mud pack, it regulates the thermoregulation. It immediately when you apply this mud pack in the abdomen, automatically surrounding the abdominal organ receive the more blood, rest of the body. And as well, it is also regulate the body temperature, and it constant give the some mechanical pressure on the stomach. Automatically, the burning sensations will be immediately relieved. So after treatment in our department, we are giving the new life to the patient. So another case is a IBS, irritable bowel syndrome. And the person having the irritable bowel syndrome, we are approached to the gastroenterologist. Is given that this much of tablets. There is no any result. That is main cause is naturally lose the elasticity of the large intestine or large gut. Here, irritable bowel syndrome is a common disorder that affects the large intestine. Sign and symptom including cramping, abdominal pain, bloating, gas, diarrhea, constipation, etc. Simply, you have follow the in yoga, yogic enema. Exhale deeply by the contracting the abdominal muscle and doing the Uddiyana Bandha, holding the breath gently, pull the anal sphincter inwards. Here we are sit in the tub, you have to practice like that. So after that, do the Madhyama Nauli, great vacuum inside the colon, suck in as much water as possible, then release the suction and release. This technique of rotational Nauli or Agnisarya Kriya automatically evacuate the water and store. Instead of modification of yogic enema, here we are insert the enema. So that is enema can, where insert the cold water below the body temperature. Otherwise, we are adding some ice also, because already loosen the total elasticity. Again, regain the elasticity means you have to give the construction point of view. We are introduce the ice water. Then again, we are put some mud pack, same mechanism. Then we in naturopathy we are giving some hip bath. Then we are advising the yoga therapy, Agnisar Kriya, Mola Bandha, then diet, because we have to give the rest to the total entire digestive system. Should not advise to take the solid material. You have to give to rest entire digestive system. That means soothing diet. That means easy assimilation, easy absorb. Morning to still coconut water, watermelon juice, papaya juice, pomegranate juice, fresh buttermilk, etc. Then after 10 days, after 1 week, then slowly you have to come back to the balanced diet. Early morning, raw carrot juice, breakfast, fruits, apple and papaya, lunch, fresh curd rice, afternoon, any seasonal fruit, pomegranate, dinner, fresh curd rice. After that, the patient become 100% is all right. Like that, so many lifestyle diseases you can, with the help of some yogic, not only Shat Kriyas, with help of asanas, with the help of meditation. Each in Ashtanga Yoga, each component itself have this much medical benefits if you properly utilize. Then nowadays we are facing the COVID. So in the COVID time, this virus usually enter into your body through nose. In the nose, we are having some in the nasal cavity, we are having some air follicles. This air it automatically prevent initial stage. If you suppose that virus is enter into the depth, immediately inner ciliated columnar epithelium is always try to eliminate dust particle, virus, what it may be. So in yoga, you have to practice this jalaneti. Then you have to suppose the virus is entering into the throat, the white patches, that is a coronavirus patches. So in this time, you have to practice Diva Mola Dhauti, cleanse the tongue and root of the throat. It helps to bring out the secretion, excretion from the esophagus, throat, and stomach. Suppose if a person feeling something painful, irritation in the throat, continue for a day, at least morning 3 times, evening 3 times, you have to gargling with the salt water. If you feel some congestion on the chest, then you have to you have to add turmeric powder. This turmeric powder relieves the chest congestion. Then immediately you have to follow the steam inhalation with the crushed garlic vapor. If your plum is yellowish color, you add the neem. If plum is a sluggish in white color, that means more a little bit infection is there. You can add that is called garlic. The nature of the garlic is dissolve the mucus in the tract. Then you have to follow the more protein. Those who are having the corona, that time we are advising the more protein, zinc. These are all. So the sprouts having that nature. Then you have to cleanse the toxins. This is the modification method of the Bhastrika Pranayama. You can practice. You have to eliminate any toxin from your lungs. Then another thing is this is a sinusitis. Sinusitis. So sinusitis is another case, very important. When the person having the sinusitis, immediately you are approached to the ENT surgeon. ENT initially used to give some anti-inflammatory drugs. Drugs only suppress the disease, not eradicate the disease. Yoga is completely root out the disease. That is greatness of yoga. That's why in worldwide, they believe the yoga is one of the best alternative therapies. Here we are having some areas in head. We are having the hole that is called. We are having the side of your eyes that is called ethmoid. Surrounding nose, we are having the maxillary. Usually, we are having the sinus problem, the maxillary and frontal area. So here, a condition in which the cavities around the nasal passages become inflamed. Acute sinusitis can be triggered by a cold or allergies and may resolve on its own. Chronic sinusitis lasts up to 8 weeks and may be caused by an infection or growth. Symptoms including headache, facial pain, running nose, nasal congestion, etc., etc. So here we have to practice the same pattern. Initially, you have to take the garlic steam inhalation. That is help to dissolve the mucus surrounding your nasal cavity. We having the rich of the mucus. Initially, do not do the jalaneti. First of all, you have to take the steam inhalation. Afterward, when the mucus will be diluted, afterward you have to practice the jalaneti. Here, first steam inhalation, then you have to practice the sutraneti, then jalaneti. It is coming the impurities. So next, suppose then you have to drink the hot water. Then you have to practice the Kapalabhati. Suppose if you neglect the sinusitis, further it leads to the polyp. Polyp is nothing but this is a polyp. Polyps. polyps. So that is a polyp is nothing but the excess of tissue growth. So when the person having the polyp, his nose become a deviation. Just you have to observe. The normal nose, deviated nose. Septum will be deviated one side. So easily you can treat your problem with help of some simple methods. Next, we are facing diabetes mellitus. Today, diabetes mellitus is also lifestyle diseases. Still, root cause of the diabetes mellitus still unknown. We having the major two types of diabetes. One is type 1 insulin dependent diabetes. Another one in non-insulin dependent diabetes. Insulin dependent diabetes usually occur before the age of 40, either 10 or either 15, what it may be. In that type 1 diabetes, completely insulin secretion is completely absent. Whereas type 2 diabetes, insulin is present, but sometimes it is up and down. Here, everybody having some glucose level. Normal glucose level is 80 to 100 milligram per 100 ml of blood. If you are below the 80, that is called the hypoglycemia. If above the 100, that is called the diabetes, hyperglycemia. So after heavy meals, everybody having the 150 milligram per 100% of the blood. So our renal threshold level always 180. Up to 180, our blood sugar level will be maintained within your bloodstream. If you cross the 180, it enters into the urine. That is very dangerous. After exercise, may fall the 70 milligram % for the short while. Then again it is raised. Influence insulin, okay. Then two types, and diabetes is increased each day 9 to 12%. 18 millions of Indians suffer from the diabetes. Previously, out of the 5% having 1% having diabetes, today out of the 5%, 3% having the diabetes. In future, everybody having the diabetes. So simply after when the person having the affected diabetes, long run it lead to the so many complications. Sometimes it is lead to the ulceration of the wounds due to lack of, because long run diabetes, we have the hardness of our blood vessels. There is no chance to blood flow towards the peripheral side or limb side. Automatically, what happened? Our tissue gradually become a necrosis, dead. Automatic infect will be. So simply, you have to practice in Shat Kriyas. Daily, you have to practice the Agnisha Kriya, then Kapalabhati, then you have to follow the diet. Diabetes is a diet. Major component is a diet. Second component is exercise, yoga, along with some kriyas. Here, diet, simply NIN, National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, they mention fenugreek seeds act as an insulin. So 1 or 2 tablespoons of this fenugreek seeds put in the fresh curd, overnight you have to soak, morning make it a buttermilk, then you have to drink, then you have to follow some frequency of walking or yoga, what it may be. Then you have to follow the carbohydrate free diet, that is sorakaya, 1 cup of this is a breakfast, and then you have to avoid this one. You have to take the fruits contain the fructose, not a glucose, but to take the fruit. These all are fried, these fruits are dangerous. Then lunch, you have to take the 75 grams of brown rice and 250 grams of vegetable curry, and like that you can easily regulate your blood sugar level within the limits. Then another thing, this is an experiment we are conducting in our department. So this is a long run diabetes. Diabetes, we are having some ulcer. This is also ulcer case. So here we are using some natural medical ingredient, that is a coconut oil and menthol powder. So then treatment step 1, boil water cool to lukewarm condition. Then we are keep the feet in lukewarm water for 10 minutes. Then you have to clean the wound with the dry towel. Then we apply the this powder, when Menti powder. The first week, the progression there. Second week, progress there. Third week, completely healed. And fourth week is 100% healed. Thank you.
Okay. After that, thank you, Dr. Kriyas garu. Basically, as you are the naturopathy doctor, you explain what are the lifestyle disorders, how to overcome these lifestyle disorders through naturopathy and Shat Kriyas and through other techniques of yoga. You present all these things very excellent. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next talk by Dr. Dr. K. Ramarao, Taraka Ramarao, Coordinator, Department of Yoga and Fitness Management, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Srikakulam. He did MA Psychology and PhD, and also he did MS Yoga. Truly to say, he is the main. He took initiation to start the yoga department at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University. He is the main person. He published so many articles both in national and international journals. Now he is serving as a assistant professor in yoga at the Department of Yoga and Fitness Management. Now I invite Dr. K. Taraka Ramarao. Please deliver a lecture. His topic is effects of yogic kriyas on reducing physical and psychological illness and improving the quality of life among individuals. As he is a psychologist and yoga, having a yoga background, just he is selected this topic. Now I invite Dr. Taraka Ramarao, please talk on your topic.
Thank you so much, sir. Very good afternoon. Myself, Dr. K. Taraka Ramarao. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes. First, I would like to thank my beloved teacher, Dr. K. Ramesh Babu garu, for encouraging me and given a wonderful opportunity to share some views regards to quality of life, yoga, especially yogic kriyas. How yogic kriyas can help to reducing physical and psychological problems or illness, and also how to improve our quality of life with the help of yogic kriyas. In this direction, I have selected the topic on effects of yogic kriyas on reducing physical and psychological illness and improving the quality of life among individuals. Actually, most of the subject experts, speakers, yesterday and today have given a wonderful lectures regards to kriyas, the benefits, the impact of kriyas in day-to-day life among individuals. So, regards to my topic, quality of life. Here the quality of life consists physical health, psychological health, emotional health, social health, spiritual health. Basically, the yoga consists asana, pranayama, mudra, bandha, meditation, kriyas. All these elements can help to improve our quality of life. Basically, the human structure has made by or consists receptor systems like external receptors like eye, ear, nose, tongue and skin. Interoceptors, respiratory system, circulatory system, digestive system and excretory system. And also proprioceptors like muscles, joints, glands, tendon organs, like that. Here the receptors plays major role in the direction of health aspect. If the individual the receptor systems is good, the individual health is, quality of life is high. If the receptor systems is not properly functioning, here the individual can affect several problems. So here the receptor systems can activate properly with the help of practicing yoga like asanas, pranayama, meditation, along with kriyas. If the individual has to practice kriyas like jalaneti, sotraneti kriyas, here the external receptors like ear, nose, tongue, skin can function properly. If the individual practice dauti kriyas, jaladauti or vastra dauti, nauli and agnisara, here the interoceptors like respiratory system, circulatory system, digestive system, excretory system can activate and good in functioning. It leads to better quality of life. If the individual practice asanas, pranayama, mudra and bandhas with meditation, can help to strengthen our proprioceptors like joints, muscles, tendon organs, glands. So here the receptors can activate with the help of practicing yogasanas, pranayama, mudra, bandha, meditation, along with kriyas. Nowadays, most of the people suffers with asthma, bronchitis, migraine, pneumonia, BP, diabetes, cancer, recently suffer with corona. All these problems can lead to psychological and physiological problems. If the individual suffers with BP or diabetic or asthma or bronchitis or corona, then immediately these people can affect. These people can feel fear, tension, anxiety, depression, feel insomnia, headache, backache, somatoform related problems like that. So here the problems can associated with psychological and physiological problems. So here psychological and physiological problems is root cause of stress. So those who are suffering with diabetes or BP or any problem, these people can immediately affect or feel with psychological problems like anxiety, depression, phobias, and physiological problems like insomnia, somatoform related problems like headache, backache, like that. So all these problems can reduce with the help of yogasanas, pranayama, meditation, and kriyas also. For example, the person suffer with anxiety, depression, who are practicing Neti Kriya, who are practicing Agnisara Kriya, who are practicing Kapalabhati, with the help of Neti Kriyas, Agnishara, and Kapalabhati. Here the problems like anxiety, depression, constipation related problems can eliminate. For example, who are suffering with asthma or bronchitis or migraine or sinusitis, these people can overcome these problems with the help of practicing Neti Kriyas, Kapalabhati. So, here the Kriyas can help to reduce the psychological problems. Somebody feel insomnia. These people can immediately practice Neti Kriyas, Jalaneti, Sotraneti, Kapalabhati. These three techniques can help to reduce insomnia problem. Most of the students suffer with inattention. Lack of concentration. And also their poor in cognitive function, like way of thinking, way of perception, way of attention, way of concentration. In this aspect, if the teachers, yoga instructors can suggest practicing of Trataka, The students can improve their attention, concentration, memory with the help of practicing Trataka Kriya. For practicing Trataka Kriya, these people are able to concentrate on their education system, on their works. So, most of the people is given priority for yogasanas, but neglected kriyas because of lack of awareness regards to kriyas. In this aspect, they are not given priority to practice of kriyas. Better nowadays, the importance of kriyas is need to everybody, because recently so many people are affected with corona. Corona also can prevent and eliminate. It's a managing technique by practicing of Neti Kriyas, Kapalabhati, like that. So, the importance of Kriyas, especially in education system for student aspects, their physical health, mental health, cognitive components can improve with the help of yogasanas, meditation, pranayama, the simple kriya techniques like Trataka, Kapalabhati, Neti Kriyas. Basically, the importance of kriyas, as explained by several experts in previous sessions. I am not expert in this particular yogic field. Basically, I am from psychology background. So, with the encouragement of Dr. K. Ramesh Babu Garu, actually, I got an opportunity to share with you some importance of kriyas regards to physical and psychological illness in the direction of reducing aspect and also improve the quality of life. Actually, finally, I am telling, who are practicing regularly yogasanas, follows with yama, niyamas, pranayama, meditation, with kriyas. These people are good in physical aspect, psychological aspect, emotional aspect, social aspect, and spiritual aspect. For practicing yoga, these people are always good in health and well-being. There is no doubt at all. It's a already the importance of yogic kriyas, how yogic kriyas can help to improve our quality of life. There are several experts as explained. I am not expecting this area. So finally, I would like to thank my beloved teacher, K. Ramesh Babu Garu, head of the department and co-convener of this seminar. And also I would like to thank Dr. R. Tulsi Rao Garu, faculty of Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Andhra University. And also thanks to each and every participant. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Yogic aspects to the Kriyas. Because you know what is the mind, and what are the senses, how the Kriyas impact on the body and mind senses. Excellent lecture. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, dear participants, just about 15 to 20 minutes, we ourselves have interaction. Registrar of Andhra University, Professor Krishna Mohan Garu, and the Rector Madam of Andhra University, Professor K. Santa Madam, they will join within a few minutes. Till they join, just let us have interaction with us regarding Shat Kriyas and regarding yoga, anything. So you may unmute and you may ask or you may tell your opinion and you may share your experience. So till they join. Or any participants, any one of you, you may also share your knowledge regarding yoga, other kriyas, or any aspect of yoga. But don't leave. till the valedictory function ends, you don't leave. That is my request. Those who will attend రెండు రోజుల్లో మీకు యోగ ప్రపంచంలో
చెప్పినట్టు అయిపోతున్నాం అంత ఎవ్రీ సెకండ్ స్పీచ్ ఇస్తే గొప్ప అయిపోతాం సార్.
వెరీ గుడ్. చూడండి డాక్టర్ తులసిరావు గారితో వాళ్ళు కూడా ఉన్నా డాక్టర్ గారు మీరు షేర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు చక్కగా న్యాచురల్ సంబంధించినవి కానీ యోగా సంబంధించిన కానీ విషయాలు ఆల్సో రిగార్డింగ్ యువర్ హెల్త్ ఎలిమెంట్స్. జస్ట్ ఒక 10 to 15 minutes మనం వెయిట్ చేసినట్టు వాళ్ళు జాయిన్ అవుతారు. అంటే వాళ్ళు నేను 4 o'clock అని ఇచ్చాను టైము, ఆల్రెడీ 3:40 అవుతుంది. ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ ఫార్మ్స్ మేము పెట్టలేదు. లేదనుకుంటే మీకు ఇప్పుడు నేషనల్ వెబినార్ అని చెప్పి మీకు వాట్సాప్ గ్రూప్ చేశాం కదా, నేను అనుకుంటాం అందరూ అందులో ఉండొచ్చు బహుశా.
ఓకే సార్, ఓకే
అందుట్లో మీరు మెన్షన్ చేసిన జస్ట్ వి గెట్ ప్రింట్, బట్ మేము ప్రింట్ తీసుకుంటాం. సో how do you feel last yesterday and today? Any new things you have taken from these talks?
ఇందాక నుంచి వీడియో కనబడుతుంది.
యోగా కన్వర్జేషన్ కావాలి, జనరల్ కన్వర్జేషన్ కాదు. So especially these yesterday and today's session talks will be useful for all academic students and as well as to general practitioners also. The main purpose of this organizing this seminar is to encourage the Shat Kriyas especially, because everybody can practice asanas and pranayama, and then they will sit in meditation also, where the mind is there or not, but they will sit in meditation. But coming to Shat Kriyas practice, they are far away. Really to say, maximum we get rid of diseases from the Shat Kriyas only. They have such a capacity. The main thing is they have capacity to balance the tridoshas. You know that due to imbalance of Vata, Pitta, Kapha, we are prone to diseases according to yoga, Ayurveda, and the naturopathy also. The purpose of these Shat Kriyas is to balance the tridoshas. Suppose Dhauti Kriyas, Neti Kriyas, Dhauti Kriyas, they balance the Kapha dosha, and the Pitta dosha will be balanced by the Navali and Agnisara, like this. And Vata dosha can be balanced by the Kapalabhati. So, if these three doshas are in equilibrium state, there is no disorder either from body or from mind. So, this is the purpose, to encourage the Shat Kriyas. But to those who are practicing Shat Kriyas, they should follow some rules and regulations before, during, and after also. Only selected techniques only. For example, Sankrakshana Kriya, it is a major technique. It cleans the entire esophagus from mouth to anus. For that, you should have follow rules and regulations after practicing that Kriya at least 2 weeks. Okay, it means rules means only regarding diet only. Regarding diet. Follow. Why we have to follow that diet? For our own health sake only. Atlane Neti Kriya, especially Sotra Neti, you may practice it alternative days. And Jal Neti, you may practice it even thrice in a week. And Vaman Davati, just once in a 2 weeks. Vasta Davati, once in a month. And Sankrakshana, once in 6 months. And Agnisara Kriya, Navali Kriya, you may practice regularly. But householders, they have some limitations. So, if you practice these Shat Kriyas, our health will be in our hands. No need of going to visit any hospital. No need of using any medicines. We know everything, but thing is regarding diet only, everybody thinks if you do this one, you have to restrict your diet. That's why very simple techniques are there. Suppose Jalneti, simply pouring water in one nostril and getting out third nostril. And Sotaneti, even children they can do it. Vasadavati, according to Asian, 7 meters you have to swallow, but 2 to 3 minutes also sufficient if you do it once in a month. And Agnisara, you may practice Agnisara and Navali, they are very excellent techniques to prevent and to manage, as well as managing diabetes and other digestive disorders. Everybody wants only doing asanas only, like a gym or circus field. Try to, but especially Kriyas, Shat Kriya, you should practice under the expert only, under the guidance only. You should not do yourself by reading, seeing, or listening. Because for some techniques, there are some rules and regulations are there to be followed before and after. Especially this pandemic corona time, the last 2 years, Niti Kriyas of allopathy, they are very, very useful. So, being a students and the practice of yoga, you must learn them thoroughly and you have to teach to others also. So, any things sharing from others? All are keep quiet.
సార్ అక్కడ మెసేజ్లు కొన్ని వస్తున్నాయి సార్, అంటే మాకు ఈ క్రియేట్ బయట కూడా చేయిస్తానని అడుగుతున్నారు.
Definitely. Actually, as I told you yesterday, yoga practice begins with these cleansing techniques. Really to say, as some of our speakers also mentioned, because after cleaning the internal regions of the body, if you practice asana and pranayama, that effects will be more. You will get more benefit. Having toxins within the body, practicing asanas and pranayama, sometimes you may face problems also, because already toxins are there. Without avoiding them, without eliminating them, if you practice asana and pranayama, some of you may get problems also. That's why that yogis, they introduce these Shat Kriyas before that commencement of asana and pranayama. What else? The main senses are cleaning. The eyes, Jnanendriyallo eyes kada, that will be cleaned by Trataka Kriya. The nose, Jnanendriya, is cleaned by Sotarneti. That digestive tract cleaned by Dhoti and Dhoti Kriyas and Nauli Kriyas. The Sankapakshama clean the entire tract. ఏం కావాలి అంతకన్నా టాక్సిన్స్ ఫ్రీ అవుతుంది బాడీ. Cause of the root cause of disease is accumulating toxins in the body. So the toxins will be removed by the Shat Kriyas. That's why I selected this topic, Shat Kriyas. Seminars and webinars they are organizing on different types of yoga and different topics on yoga. So intentionally, I have arranged this webinar on Shat Kriyas. You may experience, suppose when you are very tension and hurry and worry, just you simply practice Niti Kriya. Immediately you will get some extent relief. Then you decide whether the Kriyas are really helpful or not. If you have any uneasiness in the stomach, just one early morning you do simply Dhoti Kriya, Jal Dhoti, just drink water, lukewarm water, salt water, and vomit out. You will feel very freshness in the stomach. Anybody, you may share your experience, knowledge. నేను చెప్పే విషయాల కన్నా మీకు ఇంకా బాగా తెలిసిన వాళ్ళే ఉంటారు. Some of you, you may have more knowledge than me. Just you may also share with us.
Sir, I am Pilla Venkatraman.
Yes, sir, please.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
I am Pilla Venkatraman. Every day I am walking for 6 kilometers from Park Hotel to and after that alternative days I am doing 10 sets of Surya Namaskar. But I never practiced this Jalaneti or Vasaneti. And I also doing some asanas like Setubandhasan, Marjalasan, as well as Trikonasana, etc.
Okay.
So this keeps me healthy. As well as you are well aware, I have donated my blood for 100 people. These are the only experiences by practicing yoga and keeping healthy. I have not received any type of either to my physical body or mental body. This is what I want to share. It's all because of the good instructors that we have in our village of Andhra University.
Good, very good. Now our registrars is preparing for attending. They are arranging technical arrangements. They are doing technical arrangements. Okay, just you may share. Others.
Sir, is our voice audible? Audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Iswarrao.
Sir, Anisra, sir. We are thankful to you, sir.
Yes.
These 2 days, sir, you are conducting an excellent webinar and you are having a more experienced speakers and yogis.
Resound వస్తుంది.
Sir, devices connected, sir. అక్కడ.
Yes, sir, we can hear some resound.
Yes.
Ramesh Babu, sir. Okay, sir. Can I continue?
Yes, continue.
Yes, sir. Sir, what you told, in my experience also, without Kriyas practicing, there is no use of yoga practice. Asanas, those who are doing asanas only as a general physical exercise, and those who are doing Kriyas also, they only like a sadhakas. If you want to real sadhaka, we must do Kriyas, and not only spiritual oriented and physical point of view or therapeutic point of view also. In my teaching experience, 14 years teaching experience, so many diseases like eosinophilia, sinus, migraine, and also indigestion, gastric problem, only can cure to Kriyas only. Asanas only. See, every time I give one example to my students. Without washing the class, there is no use of general iron. బట్టలు ఉతుక్కున్నా రోజు ఐరన్ చేసి వేసుకుంటే ఉపయోగం ఉండదు. సో ఇఫ్ యూ వాంట్ టు క్లీన్ ఇన్ ఇన్సైడ్ ఆర్ అదర్ సిస్టమ్స్, వీ మస్ట్ డూ క్రియాస్. సో ఐఎమ్ వెరీ థ్యాంక్ఫుల్ టు యూ, సార్. ఆల్ senior faculties and instructors explain very excellent. I benefited a lot of this webinar, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Om Namah.
Thank you, Iswarrao. Experience.
Thank you so much, sir.
Knowledge. Thank you very much. Okay, next, our honorary director, Professor Bhanukumar sir, he has joined. Now he is in States. Welcome, sir. Dr. Bhanukumar sir, welcome, sir.
Sir, please unmute yourself, sir.
Sir, please unmute, sir.
You can appear the symbol of mic. Please unmute it.
Bhanukumar sir, we are waiting for your valuable speech.
Bhanukumar sir will give message after hearing the registrar and rector madam.
Sir, please unmute, sir. Please unmute. Still you are muted, sir. We are unable to hear you, sir.
ఇంతకీ నాకు అర్థం కాదు నా వాయిస్ ఇలా అవుతుంది. Sir, shall I invite to registrar sir? Samantha madam also. I'll just we display the Noli Kriya, which is the crown of Hatha Yoga. Just you may watch it. Just it takes only 2 minutes. Chief guest.
Guest of honor.
ఐ థింక్ సాయిబాబు సార్ వాట్సాప్ కాల్లో కొంచెం హెల్ప్ చేయొచ్చు సార్, అది ఈజీ. అది లేదా మీ సెంట్రల్ అడ్మిన్లో కూడా అన్మ్యూట్ చేయొచ్చేమో నాకు తెలియదు ఫీచర్.
Sir, you're not audible, sir.
Yes, we can view only the presentation, not the audio.
Okay, now audible?
Sir, can you audible, sir, Vamsi, sir?
Yes, sir, audible, sir.
Sir, my voice is audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it's audible.
Voice is audible.
Voice is audible, sir.
So, as long as you are doing this Nauli Kriya, there is no scope of accumulation of fat or water around the abdomen. But it needs to have fat contains food if you are doing this technique regularly. Otherwise, only your bones will be remain. It has such a capacity. So all the kidneys, pancreas, intestines, liver, all these will be exercised thoroughly by this Nauli Kriya. That's why it is considered as a crown of the Hatha Yoga. Okay, sir, our honorable visitors are joined. Professor Krishna Mohan Ragar. Just we are waiting for Rector Madam. Display change. చూస్తారు. Sir, Registrar sir, please watch the Nauli Kriya, sir. It's a very excellent technique to keep the entire digestive system healthy. So, this is the Nauli Kriya, sir, rotating the rectum clockwise and anti-clockwise. The entire digestive cavity organs will be healthy. It tones kidneys, liver, pancreas, all the digestive organs. It makes the bowel movement freely. It relieves especially constipation. No. Maybe requirement. Okay. 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 Also, rector madam also joined. Now we. Welcome to all of you to this valedictory function. First, I invite chief guest of this function, our Honorable Registrar Sir, Professor K. Krishnamohan Garu. And also, I invite Professor K. Samata Madam, Rector of this university, is a guest of honor. And also, I invite Professor Bhanukumar Sir, Honorary Director and the convener of this webinar. Welcome you, sir, all of you, and dear participants. And yesterday, today, we had very wonderful lectures and talks regarding Shat Kriyas and other yoga techniques. Nearly during these 2 days, 16 experts, yoga experts from the departments of yoga from 4 corners of India, they have participated. They have given wonderful talks and they explained what are the Shat Kriyas and where they are mentioned. They discussed very lot and they explained the scientific background of each Shat Kriya. Shat Kriyas means nothing but Shat means 6, Kriya means action. In Hatha Yoga, there are 6 cleansing techniques which purify our internal parts of the body. They are known as Shat Kriyas or Shat Karmas or Suddhi Kriyas. They play a very important role in getting rid of all the diseases to make body and mind healthy. And during these 2 days, the experts shared their opinions and knowledge regarding these kriyas. They discussed the importance of Shat Kriyas and how to maintain good health through the Shat Kriyas. On the first day, the keynote speaker, Yogacharya, Sri T.L. Narasimharao Garu, they rendered a wonderful message, nearly 1 hour. He has covered all the aspects of yoga, physically, mentally, and spiritually. And after that, Professor Bhanukumar sir, he explained with PPT very scientifically all the Shat Kriyas. Professor Krishna Sharma ji from Mangalore University, and Dr. Sanjeev Patro from Rajasthan Central University, and Dr. Govardhan Reddy from Manipal, Karnataka, Dr. Subramanya P. Kerala Central University, Dr. Nagaratna Madam. She is a allopathy doctor. She is very popular and the founder of Vyasa University, Dr. Nagendraji's sister she is, and she also participated. She explained very nicely all the Shat Kriyas in scientific way. And Professor Paran Gowda from Uttarakhand, Patanjali University, he also participated. Dr. V. Doraiswamy from Chennai Sports University, and Professor Venkat Reddy. He explained Ashtakarmas. Generally, in maximum Hatha Yoga texts, we see only 6 types, but he explained Ashtakarmas. He was the first editor of Hatratnavali. What are the Ashtakarmas? He explained in detail. And Professor Ganesh Shankar Giri is the senior most professor in yoga in India. He also delivered a lecture on this topic. And Dr. Kamakya Kumar and Dr. Amarjit Yadav, Dr. I.V. Basareddy, director of Moraji Desai National Institute of Yoga. Even though he is very busy, but he did not attend physically, but he sent a video regarding our webinar topic. Just also today morning we displayed that topic. and Dr. Lakshmi Narayana from Tirupati Central University, and Dr. Tulisarao from our department, and Dr. Taraka Ramarao from B.R. Ambedkar University. They discussed about the similar topic. So I hope that their lectures are very, very useful to the participants, to the general practitioners, and to the students of academic courses and scholars. Now, I invite guest of honor, Professor Samatha Madam, Honorable Rector. Please give your message, Madam.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Madam.
Am I audible?
Yes, Madam.
Okay. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Andhra University, Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy Garu, Registrar AU, Professor V. Krishna Mohan Garu, Principal College of Arts and Commerce, Professor P. Rajendra Karmakar Garu, Convener of this national webinar, Professor OSRU Bhanukumar Garu, Organizing Secretary, HOD of Yoga and Consciousness, Dr. K. Ramesh Babu Garu, eminent speakers from all over the country, other dignitaries, teaching and non-teaching staff, scholars, participants, and students. Good evening to all.
Good evening, madam.
It is heartening that Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Andhra University, is in association with Inter-University Center for Yoga Sciences, Bangalore, is organizing a two-day national webinar on the role of Shat Kriyas in management of health and ailments on the occasion of 8th International Yoga Day celebrations, which will be 22. We are grateful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy Garu, for extending support and encouragement to conduct on the university premises such informative webinars of national importance. We are fortunate to have many eminent and distinguished speakers on the subject who have already explained in detail and hopefully made an in-depth analysis on the subject. Shat Karma, also known as Shat Kriya, are a set of 6 yogic cleansing techniques described in the Hatha Yoga texts. Several health benefits of these procedures are indicated in the traditional texts of yoga. The 6 cleansing practices in yoga, that is, Shat Kriyas, are set to promote health and well-being by purifying the whole body. Hatha Yoga Pradipaka of Swatamarma recommends the practice of Shat Kriya prior to practice of pranayama, yogic breath regulations. The main objective of the Shat Kriya is to balance the 3 humors, that is, 3 dosha in the body, that is, mucus, bile and wind. The Shat Kriya techniques include Dauti, internal cleansing, Basi, yogic enema, Niti, nasal cleansing, Trataka, concentrated gauging, Nauli, abdominal massaging, and Kapalabhati, frontal sinus cleansing. So, coming to the Dauti, a literal meaning of Dauti is internal cleansing. 4 major forms of Dauti are Antar, Danta, Kruj, and Moola Sadhana, that is purification of the anus. These techniques involve drinking warm saline water to voluntarily induce vomiting to clear the contents of stomach. After drinking warm saline water, doing certain postures will activate peristaltic movement of bowels thereby easing constipation and setting right other digestive disorders. Dauti is said to play a role in restricting lung disorders and facilitate respiratory stem and pulmonary functions. Dauti is believed to be a remedy for chronic low back pain. Next thing is Niti. Niti is said to remove mucus from nostrils, sinuses, which helps to allow the air easily without obstruction. The remedy for allergic rhinitis, tonsillitis, and to prevent cough, cold, and tension headache due to eye strain. Trataka, yogic visual concentration. The practice of Trataka involves concentrated gazing on a small object, usually a candle flame. The classical explanation of the practice involves gazing at an object without blinking eyes till tears roll out. The technique is said to reduce eye disorders. The scientific studies on Trataka used cognitive functions and vision as their outcome measures. Trataka is said to help in reducing cognitive decline in elderly people. Some studies on Trataka demonstrated possible enhancement of cognitive functions and automatic relaxation immediately following the practice. There is a need to explore the long-term effects of Trataka in physiological and clinical settings. Coming to Kapalabhati, yogic frontal brain cleansing, the practice of Kapalabhati involves breathing out at a rapid pace by flapping the abdomen. Kapalabhati is believed to play a role in management of respiratory disorders, facilitation of metabolic activities, and improvement in cognitive tasks. Next, Basti, yogic enema. There are two forms of Basti. They are Jail and Sthala. Both basic practices involve the cleansing of colon. Swami Swatamarama considers the practice of Basti beneficial for balancing Tridosha and Dhatus and to purify mind and senses. According to sage Gerenda, Basti is beneficial in management of urinary and digestive problems. Nauli is nothing but yogic abdominal massaging. Nauli is a practice of contracting and isolating the rectus abdominis muscle and churning the abdominal muscles. There are three variations based on the position of isolation of the muscles, namely Dakshinavali, Vamanavali, Madhyama. This practice is said to strengthen the secretion of gastric juice, including of the pancreas. However, there is no comprehensive literature about the scientific evidence on Shat Kriyas. The limited evidence on Shat Kriya suggests a few positive effects on various physiological and clinical domains. Still, a lot of research activity and reviews are being undertaken to summarize the scientific evidence on the physiological and therapeutic effects of the Shat Kriya. Shat Kriyas and their curative and therapeutic effects need rigorous scientific studies and exhaustive clinical trials to establish their efficacy on management of health and diseases of human beings. All these yogic exercises, particularly Shat Kriyas should be done under the guidance and supervision of professional and skilled yoga trainers to avoid possible adverse effects. I would like to add a few lines regarding maintenance of health. One should cultivate good habits like regular timings of consumption of wholesome meal, timely sleep, sufficient duration of sleep, regular physical exercises, healthy food in moderate quantity with required nutrients. Avoidance of stress and anxiety. Next one. In the world of cutthroat competition, one is left with no other alternative but to lead a stressful life, to stay the course and keep going. In such circumstances, exercise regimen and good food habits are indispensable. Going about our daily routine in an environment and circumstances that are free from stress and anxiety will go a long way in leading a healthy lifestyle. I thank everyone for taking part in this webinar covering a trendy topic. Thank you so much, sir, for inviting me as a guest of honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam. Rector, madam, just your presentation shows that you have some personal experience, madam, regarding the Shat Kriyas practice. Thank you a lot, madam. Just to present with a scientific background also, you present your message. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Now I invite Professor YSRU Bhanukumar sir, convener of this national webinar and honorary director of our Department of Yoga and Consciousness, Andhra University. Sir, please convey your message, sir.
Sir, please unmute, sir. Unmute yourself.
Is it unmute? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Let me welcome you all for this national seminar, which is of top priority in connection with yoga for humanity. So our Prime Minister has given a lot of top priority for this, and he made propagation in a very befitting manner throughout the nation, not only nation, throughout the world also. And there are lots and lots of programs have been observed and noticed, and many people got benefited with this. Before going to my thing, let me first address our esteemed Rector Madam, Samta Madam, who has made a wonderful speech on Kriyas. Maybe she may be also practicing to some extent, or she may wish to practice. I don't know exactly. So next is our Honorable Rishar Krishna Mohan Garu, who are very good in yoga practicing, not only yoga practicing, and he coupled with walking also. So with that, he got a wonderful result in reducing his weight, and he is the best example for all of us who makes use of both yoga as well as walking simultaneously. So this is really a very, very happy thing. Next one is our principal sir, who is also very much interested with this yoga department. For each and everything, he will be very much associated with us. Especially this yoga, which is a very on a international scale, which is greater than planetary scale in meteorology, is spreading like anything. From the point of view of Department of Yoga and Consciousness, we have been very, very serious in doing things. Since I took over the charge as a honorable director, we render a great service along with this head of the department and other staff members. And research scholars who paid a very good interaction with our people. Last year, we had an international webinar, which was very successful with 38 or 36 people all over the world who participated, gave a wonderful theme respectively. Similarly, we had a webinar with Sudarshan Kriya, which was also wonderful with the UGC assistance last year. So with that, we had a lot of pep up, and we made use of many resources, and many colleges came forward for our MOUs, and our registrars has helped us for getting 3 MOUs with the 3 different colleges. That's really a wonderful remark. In this thing, I want to point out another thing is we had another PG diploma. Previously, we had only 1 MA and 1 PG diploma. Now we had another PG diploma with the assistance of our beloved registrar. He helped us to get this another PG course relating to therapeutic course, and it will be definitely helpful, and it will be definitely pave a path for betterment of this naturopathy. And this year also, we are really so happy to have this national seminar. Though I could not do anything physically, I am happy the way in which this was organized. And another interesting thing is that we are going to have a MOU with NIN, National Institute of Naturopathy, very soon. We got green signals, and this will definitely change the entire shape of this yoga village in different fashion. And previously, we used to have a very good name. Maybe if you take 30 years or 20 years or 10 years back, yoga village is the only one village for a natural remedy. Now there are so many places where you can have this naturopathy treatment. So now it is our challenging thing to compete with all other institutes who are involved with this naturopathy. And for that, our beloved White Chancellor has given us full-fledged assurance to our yoga village to make a lot of development, not only academic, and in view of rendering service to the public. Now, especially during the COVID period, we have organized about 32 webinars and gave a lot of assurance for those who are affected by this COVID. So we have taken so many different spectrum of courses to nullify the doubts or fears that they had towards COVID, because nobody knows about COVID and there is no correct information about COVID. So we give some sort of encouragement as well as courageousness to the public from the point of view of yoga. So though we had a limited exercises physically offline, and we made very successfully as well as online courses are concerned. So that was the efforts which we made. I hope in future with this starting of NIN, I think this department will be further grow much more. For this, we need the blessings of our beloved Vice Chancellor, our Registrar, and Samta Madam, along with our supports of teaching, non-teaching research scholars. We will definitely cooperate. We will make in a better fashion for all the things. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your things explained before our Honorable Registrar and Honorable Rector Madam. Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite Chief Guest of this valedictory function, Professor Krishnamohan sir, Honorable Registrar for Andhra University. He has a vast knowledge, both theory and practice. He himself is a practitioner, and in my view, he is a yogi, because he is always with a smile and working from morning early hours to till late night is not ordinary things. So only yogis can work in such a way. So now, sir, I invite Professor Krishnamohan ji. Please give our valuable message to our participants, sir.
Sir, unmute, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. At the outset, let me greet all of you on the occasion of 8th International Yoga Day celebrations. Department of Yoga and Consciousness of Andhra University has organized national webinar in a fitting way, explaining the role of Shat Kriyas in management of health and ailments. Is a very apt topic of the day, because we know these days health and ailments, especially in post-COVID scenario, those who affected with COVID, who are not affected but still they are struggling in their health because of consequence of COVID affair. Several known and unknown ailments are also there. To those people, probably this is going to be a remedy for them, and I really congratulate at the outset the organizers and the expert speakers, galaxy of expert speakers who have given their best to make this online webinar, national level webinar, a grand success. As I have heard from the report, how well these 2 days completely packed with eminent lectures, very resourceful, highly informative, and the knowledge of the gurus as well as the practitioners and the general public definitely is enhanced. If you look at the objectives of the webinar, because I also represent organizing committee, so I have read the brochure circulated and I see the objectives of the webinar drafted to trace out the various Kriyas, which are also known as Suddhi Kriyas mentioned in the classical Hatha Yoga, and to focus on general health benefits if one practices any of these Shat Kriyas, and to bring out the therapeutic and spiritual significance of Shat Kriyas is another important dimension. When we say, apart from physical health, mental health, if you have the spiritual dimension also, it gives peace and prosperity to individual. As a result, the society is also progressive. And this webinar has also got objective to discuss scientific findings, because I just overheard that not much research is done on the benefits of Shat Kriyas, not properly documented, but people are experiencing. That itself is an evidence that Shat Kriyas definitely has its own importance in the field of yoga, and the benefits, although scientifically not documented so well to test to the research level, but people are experiencing. What is important in the absence of scientific documentation, when people experience, that is the ultimate. To a layman like me, how much scientific evidence is available is unimportant. How much benefit I derived as a person when I practiced any of these Hatha Yoga. So the discussion on scientific findings in this 2-day webinar must have gone to the extent of finding out proper evidence, so that people are there to accept the reality and the role and importance of the Shat Kriyas. Then the objective of webinar is to promote regular yoga practice of an individual. I believe yoga and consciousness both are very highly propagated, promoted by creating awareness, interest, and the people who wanted to practice are also given an opportunity by various programs organized. Even the Department of Yoga and Consciousness is addressing to a particular segment of people because it is not heterogeneous. It is heterogeneous, therefore, homogeneous programs cannot be offered. So to everyone, suppose if there are diabetics, if there are obesity people, different exercises are advocated, given. Such very specialized programs are offered by the department. So the department is known for its existence for a long time, and it gained so much importance throughout the country as well as outside world also. And these days, apart from hybrid learning, purely online diploma course also, we have given a notification. It is a welcome step because these days people are insisting that how much online education a university is imparting. So I'm so glad that everybody is appreciating that the Andhra University is able to rise to the occasion, design and deliver online diploma course for practicing yoga and also for propagation of yoga. And this webinar, I believe, is also organized to encourage aspirants to learn very particularly Shat Kriyas from traditional yoga institutes under the expert supervision. Just now, before commencement of this valedictory, we have seen how the performance definitely is highly amazing. Once you see this performance, definitely you appreciate, you realize and recognize the importance of Shat Kriyas, and each Kriya as explained in detail by our rector madam so well, what these 6 Kriyas are meant for, how they are going to create health benefits to those individuals who practice, which part of the body can be cured from ailment. This is all explained. But what I believe, yoga is not only for treatment of ailments, as many people would interpret that yoga is meant for only, curing bodily ailments. But I believe if you practice yoga and meditation, when coupled, you are going to gain not only physical health, mental health, even in the long run, your immunity is also improved. What is important, how we can enhance our immunity without use of antibiotics, how people can be, maintaining their physical health and mental health, preventing any bodily diseases, and, lead healthy life. That is what is emphasis of yoga. Today, for the sake of information to those participants, I wanted to share, because you are very busy in this organization of national webinar on the role of Shat Kriyas in management of health and ailments, we have not invited you to a very interesting MOU that I signed today with Mahabodh Society. 6 monks from different places, one from Nepal, one from Indore, one from Bangalore, one from Hyderabad. These monks, they are so experts, and our Vice Chancellor, is requesting them to collaborate with our Department of Yoga and Consciousness also, deliver expert lectures, and associate in guiding research in our institute, so that, from different angles, from different dimensions, from different experts, when we reach the convergence from divergence, definitely whatever, limitations that we have today, as it is given in the brochure that there is no scientific evidence, probably we can create evidence once we encourage research. So it is the research, the questioning, and the results of research which can be used as an evidence in support of our claims, both for physical health and mental health, and also in improving immunity of the body. That is a great value that people are going to gain if any of these, especially this Hatha Yoga, for a specific part of the body, what type of yoga exercise is going to help us? How do we improve our vision? How do we improve our digestive system? These are the things, probably the 6 Kriyas, as very well explained by our rector madam, with a lot of preparation, I believe. She presented paper like a researcher, and definitely those inputs are going to be very, very valuable. And I'm so glad that I am sharing the, platform along with luminaries in yoga and consciousness. I am only just a beginner and learner. I am a student of yoga even today, I believe. And, the benefits that we gain by practicing yoga, enormous, undoubtedly. It do not require any evidence. As somebody is questioning, one's own experience can be treated as an evidence, which may vary from individual to individual. That is how documentation, systematized body of knowledge may not approve or accept, subject to so many limitations. But if you examine individual experience, individual learning, individual benefit, which may vary across, different people, different ages, in different countries, the experience may be different, the benefit may be different, but definitely there is a positive impact that one should agree. It may be slow, but definitely it improves our physical health and mental health. And morning MOU signed with Maha Bodhi Society, they are also advocating. Apart from yoga, they also offer meditation programs. I believe we are also offering meditation. When yoga is coupled with meditation, it is the mental state of the mind of a person that is going to regulate our physical health. So the mindset, the attitude, the concentration, stress-free life, this is all possible because of meditation. So meditation is not simply sitting in corner of a room and maintaining silence. And there are tools and techniques of meditation also. And these Hatha Kriyas, when they are coupled with other aspects of yoga exercises and also the meditation, there will be enormous effect, right? Definitely the efforts of the Department of Yoga and Consciousness can be considered very impressive. They are doing a great job. They are organizing several public outreach programs. Every time they are organizing, there is an overwhelming response from the public. And I know the capacities of the honorary director and the head of the department, and both are competing in providing the best value to those students whoever joins in this yoga department. They're so happy. Public are also so happy, when they organize program exclusively designed for obesity, program exclusively designed for diabetic, program exclusively designed for stress-free life. These days I think these are the most wanted. We see a lot of people are bothered about their children gaining overweight. Overweight is the early symptom. Subsequently, how many diseases that are going to come out with the obesity, all of us know. Therefore, early detection, early measures going to avoid, future complications. Prevention is always better than cure. Therefore, on this Yoga International Day, which is forthcoming on 21st June, let us propagate, join hands through this webinar, that we are also there in creating awareness to public and creating interest to the public and desire in the public that they need to participate in yoga, and also different types of yogas, whatever is suitable, probably consciousness need to organize a counseling center there, so that public, when they come, what type of yoga exercises are suitable. Probably for females, separate type of problems are there. Definitely, what type of exercises definitely suit them can also be given. So when you are segmenting the total market, yoga is not one thing now. It is not homogeneous. It is highly heterogeneous. So how you are going to segment, how you are going to design programs meant for each of the segment of the market, yoga for children, yoga for executives, right? Yoga for general public, yoga for males, yoga for females, yoga to those teachers who are stress born, and yoga for top executives who are also susceptible to health deterioration or stress, how one can lead stress-free life. I attended a 3-day dynamic meditation program. How one can sit in the executive chair along with the office work, one can get relieved of the bodily ailments. How you can refresh yourself in less than 10 minutes. What type of exercises can be done by those executives who are exposed to, definitely we need to accept that the top executives are prone to stress, bound to face the stress. So stressful situation, how they get out of it, how they take wise decisions. At moment, probably in a split second, if they take a decision wrong, I think the damage is going to be so much to the company, to the public, to the, that is how we can, avoid such stress and make executives of a company stress-free life. Probably that is going to be very revenue generating. As I am a commerce and management professor, I advise this Department of Yoga and Consciousness also to make it revenue generating, although our objective is not profit making, apart from creating awareness and creating a passionate desire in the people to propagate the ideology of yoga and consciousness. And let us work together through this. If you create healthy people, we can build healthy society. When people are healthy, definitely they are happy. That I believe happiness index is what is real growth of any country, any society. If you want people to be happy, and first of all, they need to be physically happy, physically good, then mentally sound, so that happiness prevails. Not only on one individual, the whole society, when it is made happy, society is going to be very progressive. And we are going to reach the country to a altogether a different altitude because of our is going to be the real criteria for deciding whether a country, whether a society is developed or developing. I believe happiness index, India is lagging behind many countries, although we are culturally, traditionally so sound, strong, and we have a rich cultural heritage, but still we do not know the reason why we are lagging behind on happiness index. I look forward through the efforts of the yoga practitioners, yoga teachers, yoga gurus, and India is known for, cultural heritage, and yoga is not a religion. Yoga is only in the interest of people, in the interest of society. We need to propagate over and above all these obstacles. When everybody recognizes the need and importance of yoga, that would be the reason why this Yoga Day is recognized 8th, International Yoga celebration, 21st June. Why it has become International Yoga Day? It should reach all over the world, everyone, because always we believe in universal peace, universal progress. our religion is only one, that has the concern that the whole universe should be happy. All people living on this mother planet should feel happy. So you can see smile on the face of people all over the world, if they are made to learn these simple yoga exercises and meditation programs. And I take the opportunity, really, after listening to the brief note of the progress these 2 days, what has happened, I am so impressed. I am so much pleased. I believe that the objective with which this national webinar is organized definitely fulfilled to a greater extent, and all the participants online, they are, I believe, equally happy, and they received the value what they expected by participating 2 days long on this online webinar, and many more programs. Probably I look forward from the Department of Yoga and Consciousness. Definitely it is one of the flagship departments of Andhra University, and today Andhra University, ever since our dynamic Vice Chancellor Professor Prasad Reddy Garu has taken over the reins, the departments are happening departments, especially the yoga department is truly, ever since Bhanukumar Garu has assumed charge as the honorary director, is taking a leap forward, and outreach programs are large in number they are organizing, and Ramesh Babu is also, as a regular faculty, he is doing his great job. I look forward continued involvement, and also look at the society what they need and try to bridge the gap so that department is going to survive and grow. And because of yoga department, Andhra University should take its pride, and brand equity of Andhra University is going to get enhanced because of such involvement, programs which are meant for general public. Thank you very much. God bless all of you. God bless all of you.
Thank you, MS sir, for your encouragement and informative knowledge. Sir, in this connection, I want to quote one Yoga Sutra written by Patanjali Maharshi. Patanjali Maharshi mentioned, anybody practicing yoga, in between, they can face some hurdles, obstacles, problems. At that time, he mentioned so many options what to do. So one of them is Vita Raga Vishayam Va Chittam, he mentioned. That means if anybody facing problems in practicing yoga, just you simply think of a good man, a good personality, having a good character in all aspects. In this connection, I hope that the practice of yoga, facing any problems, if you think of him, if you think of you, your encouragement, your lecture, your informative knowledge, I think they will get rid of the problems, sir. I must believe. So thank you very much, sir, for this, for your attendance in this great national seminar. Now I would like Professor Bhanukumar ji.
Ramesh Babu garu, before that, what I want to share, whatever I spoke from bottom of my heart, right? Unlike, our rector madam, who prepared so much and made a very wonderful presentation, formal presentation. But whatever I spoke is only spontaneous and right from my bottom of my heart. I appreciate the efforts of the Department of Yoga, not only both Bhanukumar and Ramesh Babu. I know organization of such a program requires support of several people. I have seen the faculty, even the contract assistant professors are also doing a great job. My appreciation to them, and kudos to all of you. Congratulations. Once again.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Bhanukumar sir, please say vote of thanks as a convener of this seminar.
Thank you very much, Ramesh Babu. We are so much immensely happy with the support of our beloved registrar as well as Sampa madam. So what more I can express? Only happiness to all of us. Only happiness, only happiness, only happiness. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Can I leave, Ramesh Babu garu?
You are under mute.
ॐ सर्वेषां स्वस्तिर्भवतु ॐ सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु ॐ सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् ॐ नमः. Thank you to all and all. Thank you once again. Thank you, Ms. Rector Madam and Registrar Sir. Thank you very much, Professor Bhanukumar Sir. All the participants, I wish you will utilize this program these 2 days. And thank you very much, Professor Ramasudha Madam, who provided the technical assistance during these 2 days. Thank you very much, sir. All of you. Thanks.
Bhanukumar Sir, namaste. నేను పిళ్ళ రమణమూర్తి.
So let us close this seminar with Janaganamana. Janaganamana.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you to one and all participate these 2 days. Master, namaskar, Master.
Namaste, wonderful.
Master, with your encouragement and though you are far away physical, but
Master, namaste.
Namaste.
Exact time అయిపోయింది సార్ 5 o'clock అయింది చక్కగా
టైం షార్ప్.
Thank you, sir.
You can leave.
So anybody wishes to speak or any increase in this program, you are also most welcome at the end, so that we can rectify for the next year. Or you can give email also, no problem. Okay, with this we close this program. Okay, Babu.